I play a lot of Modern. I play too much Modern. And I really like playing really, really bad decks.
Spectacularly bad, though.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Man,
spicy.
All I'm saying is Necrotic Ooze is definitely Modern playable, and there's nothing that you can tell me that would convince me otherwise.
It is Modern legal. I would agree with that assessment of the card, but Modern playable is a little loose. EDH staple, absolutely.
I have definitely registered copies of Thornlink in my Modern decks.
What is Thornlink?
It's the... That's us. Hello.
That's us. Hi.
Yeah, it's the blue Aetherling. It gives like indestructible.
Thornlink. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So let me come get you if there's something you're really confused about.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Okay, what did you play that in? Like Mono Green Devotion?
No, that was with Necrotic Ooze.
Why would you just play Aetherling with Necrotic Ooze?
Because it gives haste. Pay one, give it haste, go off.
Mono green with haste?
Oh yeah.
That doesn't seem like it's in
it's
green
tertiary.
section of the color pie.
It is tertiary.
I disagree. Name
We
one
have
mono green card with haste.
Beastmaster Drew. It's the BFZ card that taps to add mana for creatures.
Okay. Name 5 cards that are mono green with haste. Okay, they certainly exist. They didn't actually figure out the color pie for a while.
We got
right?
Vengevine.
Okay, but Vengevine is probably not the best example of a mono green card because it recurs itself.
That's totally in its color pie.
It recurs itself direct. Like you can't. It's really hard to make a claim that that's not just directly infringing on black section of the color pie and reds. That card has no business being green at all. In fact,
it's literally a vine.
Okay. Well, you're right. I'd like to concede my point. All vines are green.
Right.
Wall of Vines? Is that a
Wall of Vines.
One mana 03 with reach?
04, I think. Might be.
Maybe.
I don't know, something like that.
Something like that. Nowhere close to being
It
playable
sounds
at
like
any given
we're about to. Oh, we're not ready yet. Okay.
Our entire production crew of one person has told us that he's not ready yet. I imagine the players are still shuffling up. Looks like we have Andy Karpovic and is that John Dumais?
Yeah.
And Jean Dumais, a treat. 2 regulars here.
I want to say one of them is like a black-green X player.
So Andy typically plays Tron strategies, specifically mono green, and John Dumais kind of has like a spicy streak. He used to play a lot of Kiln Fiend combo and then other Death Shadow strategies.
Yes, he sure does. He, if memory serves, has the totally foiled out Kiln Fiend Shadow deck. Yeah. Oh man, he used to be on Goryo's deck too, right?
Yeah, he played Goryo's Engines for a while, but it looks like we're about to be ready to go. We just got the thumbs
All
up.
right,
and
looks like we're seeing some opening 7s here.
Well, that's 6 for Andy. That must feel bad. Oh, never mind. We got
There
our
it is.
7th.
Figured it out.
And it looks like he's on Tron.
All right, so no surprises here. I have to assume that the kill you on turn 3 spell-based deck is probably going to be the favorite here, unless you're on the mulligan.
John, don't look. I always look. I can't actually say that I don't.
Never, not once.
Sure. Mulliganing probably favors the Tron player here, though.
It does. I agree with you.
The great Julian John once said in Tron, you don't have to mulligan, you get to mulligan. And I don't know who he stole that from, but I have to agree. Tron just mulligans so efficiently. It doesn't need many cards to kill its opponent, and
oh no, you can certainly win on 4 cards with Tron.
I've seen people win on 2. It's terrifying.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it's not actually fair, but John does need a critical mass of cards in order to actually win the game here. Kiln Fiend, it hits hard on when you're casting spells, but if you don't have the spells to cast requisite to do it, not going to do much.
I'm seeing looks like a 1-lander here with
Serum Vision.
Stub.
I didn't see a land.
Oh, I thought I saw Steam Vents. I could have been
You're
wrong.
probably right. No, he actually does play the Expedition Steam Vents, so I was not looking for that, and
Sure.
more than likely. We're both going to 5 though.
I do not envy John's position here.
This looks great. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just quality Magic. Both players. The starting hand size for Magic is 7. It's Yu-Gi-Oh where it's 5, so it's a little strange they've elected to
I
both.
told you we were going to be watching Yu-Gi-Oh tonight.
You did tell me prior to the stream starting that we were actually going to start off with round 1 Yu-Gi-Oh. Let's hope Andy Karpovic feels 5 pieces of Exodia, and John Dumais does the same. We go to game 2 on a tie.
That sure looks acceptable.
Is that a Street Wraith?
Oh yeah,
Okay, so he's.
I've got Street Wraith, Fetch Land, other cards,
Yeah.
and I see
There's a
2
tower.
Tron pieces and an Ulamog.
Ancient Stirrings is
A
also
second
in there.
Ulamog? Oh, that's
Ooh,
awkward.
double Ulamog. He has to keep that though.
Yeah, you can't toss that back.
That's a Karn going to the bottom.
Goodbye, Karn.
Bye bye.
All right,
get
cycle
that
that
outta
Street
here.
Wraith. We got 18.
All right, so it begins 1820.
Draws another fetch.
Okay.
I
off the flood
I
check.
appreciate that he's leading on the Flooded Strand, as though cycling a Street Wraith on the first turn of the game doesn't signal. Oh, well, that's a rather unfortunate draw.
How? We have the Gurmag Angler in hand. Stubborn Denial, was it? Do we still have it in our hand or no?
Oh, I didn't see if there was a stub.
John may playing his cards real close to his vest.
No kidding. All right, looks like second Tron land here into possibly an egg. I actually can't tell what that was between the Ulamogs.
It is a little difficult, but
There's an
okay.
egg. All
We're
right.
gonna pop it.
So we're gonna sack that. We're gonna float a green.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, I appreciate
what a
that.
guy.
That's so nice.
We have
and
2
let's
towers
see that
in
Ancient
hand.
Stirrings. All right.
This is why Tron is so filthy.
Yeah, a 5-card hand. Still looking at Tron on turn 3. Into there's a map.
So
Uh,
Sylvan Scrying in there.
probably gonna take the map here from
Yeah,
from what I can see.
absolutely. There's
Set
no
up
way you can do
for
anything else.
turn 4 Tron.
Yep. And we're also going to be able to play our tower, so play a turn 4 Ulamog, no less.
Hey, that's
pretty
not bad
good.
for 5 cards.
And if they ever, if John somehow has a way of dealing with that Ulamog, there's another one coming down.
Man, what a deck.
It is not quite fair, but it's doing the thing.
Let's assume he's going to 15 here, and
He accidentally picked up that Polluted Delta while going through his cards. A little unfortunate.
that's fine. We have video proof.
Exactly. So we're at 15 now.
All right, so sacking the Flooded Strand to find the Watery Grave. That leads me to believe he's probably got 1 to 2 basic in his deck, presumably. At least one of them is a swamp, because
Absolutely.
keeping around that delta. Also, I've been told that swamps are decent at casting Death Shadows, which, wouldn't you know it, he did in fact draw.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Unless that
we're
was
about to be on Gurmag Angler mana as well. Unfortunately, he does know his opponent is about to, have Tron, so he has to present a clock. But this is kind of running right into the Ulamog. It just gets outmatched so quickly,
well, he
and
does
he's
have
probably
a turn for it though. All right, so we got a 4/4 Death Shadow.
That's a pretty big boy for 1 mana.
Okay,
paying
paying
some
2 life for the mutagenic growth so he can cast the Gurmag Angler. All right.
That's going wide. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah. So looks like we've got a 6/6 Shadow at the start of the next turn, which is definitely going to be presenting a clock. I frankly wouldn't be surprised to see a Battle Rage come out and just kind of close this out rather quickly.
So we still have fetch land in hand, so it's going to be wait. Yeah, we do. So we fetch shock down to 4, shadows
So
9/9.
9,
If we have
12,
battle rage,
14.
we win the game on the spot.
Absolutely.
But he's on 1 card in hand now. He's gonna have to get lucky.
Staring down that full Tron grip.
It's not a great feeling. I think we've both been there. You never played Tron, right?
I actually, as a matter of fact, I'm moderator for the Tron subreddit.
Oh,
Dirty.
That makes me a little
I
upset.
used to play, my first modern deck was Mono Blue Tron. And then I lost to Tron twice and switched to Green Red.
Okay, I respect that.
All right, looks like we are going to be seeing the turn 4 Ulamog here. So John just has to hope to rip something good.
He says that's a Teamer Battle Rage
Says-
right there. That was not a Teamer Battle Rage.
What do we got? We got a Thoughtseize? Oh, little. Okay.
It might have been
sure.
a Teamer Battle Rage.
Thinking. Discard the island and the fetch.
I don't think that it's enough anymore, even if it is Teamer Battle Rage.
And then attacking in.
All right, we're swinging for 6, 11 total. Put Andy down to
All right, passing the turn.
9.
No stifle. That's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. No cycling, nimble obstructionist. Cycle on that is 3, actually, isn't it?
Sure is.
Oh, unfortunate.
Squelch.
Didn't even squelch. I like it.
Trick bind.
Get him. Dollars to donuts. Andy's about to also just rip that same Tron piece again.
Oh, absolutely.
That's exactly what Tron does.
Absolutely, I've been there. All right, we're untapping. We're going to think real hard about this play because, man, this deck sure does give you some options.
It
All right,
It just has to be the
I have, in
Ulamog. Blow up
fact,
some stuff.
counted to 10, and it sure does look like we're going to exile 2. Hey, those do get exiled.
Those get exiled.
Well,
Hopefully,
I suppose it only matters if he ends up drawing the next Gangler.
I imagine the game's coming to a close.
Absolutely.
We're not going to see much more of this. John just really playing with his cards face down. Does not like us having information. Oh, there it is. That was a
I saw
lightning.
a text box. That's about as much
It
as I
looked
can
like a
say.
premium deck series lightning bolt. That was my call shot.
You know what? I will trust your
Oh,
ability
I'm
to pick out lightning
100%
bolts.
wrong. I only play with full art lightning bolts. That's
So
a
that is in
Gurmiang's.
fact a Gourmet Gangler, and
Well,
I
that
am
means we probably should
concerned-
interject here.
Yeah.
Can you get their attention and let them know that they should be exiled in their graveyard?
What cards?
The Gourmet Gangler and the
Death
Death Shadow.
should have been exiled by Ulamog. Ooh, unfortunately, we can't yell, otherwise we'll hurt some people's ears. They might need a judge involved now.
Yeah.
It's a little bit far away.
Well, so we're only going to be backing up through one draw step.
Yeah, that's true.
And since he was tapped out, there were no real decisions to be made here. This should be a relatively simple backup.
Absolutely.
If they do call for that, we'll go ahead and get somebody involved there.
Yeah, they're working together. Seems like they
So okay,
backing
back
everything
this
up.
up, untap.
Do we want to do anything?
That land should be in hand, and one
Oh,
card
and
should
we
be
got
on
a
top. We
concession.
just got a concession. All right, that's fair.
Quick and easy.
I don't think that there was a.
That game was coming to a close in that exact way.
I'm seeing some confused looks there.
It's a little confusing. Okay. We just got a note, which looks pretty exciting for
I am
possibility of next
I'm
round.
thrilled, and as a matter of fact, in the interest of not spoiling anything here, I'll tell you about it. What's up?
He wasn't able to cast the Gourmet Gangler because
Correct.
the Death Shadow and the other card
Were exiled.
Right.
were exiled, so they didn't know where to rewind. So
Oh,
They could have called for a judge.
I asked him if they wanted to call for a judge. He said no.
yeah, that's fair. So the fix there would be to rewind. What we would end up doing is have Andrew just go ahead and pick up that land that he played. We would take a random card from his hand, put it back on top of the deck, reverse back to the previous turn, untap the lands, put the Gourmet Gangler back in hand, put the cards from exile that shouldn't have been exiled back into the grave, then take the 2 cards that should have been exiled, exile those, and have him proceed with his turn as normal.
Absolutely. So I love how you say that's a relatively easy fix. That we're both judges. That makes perfect sense.
Right.
When you actually say it out loud,
Sounds
it
like
sure
a lot of
sounds
like
steps.
a lot. Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
A great number of steps for ultimately a very simple conclusion. But a battle of the Mulligan to 5s comes down to Ulamog coming down on turn 4 for Tron. I think that they'd take that like on a 7-card hand
Yeah.
every game if it was
Oh,
on
absolutely.
option. Yeah, just. And that time, honestly, he probably didn't even need to blow up the creatures. And kind of weird he didn't just hit 1 Death Shadow and then hit one
I'm
land or
blowing
something
up
like
the
that.
creatures there.
Blowing up the creatures? I guess, yeah, you just gotta start turning your guy sideways.
Yeah, right. Because so how does John then answer that? Okay, so if you blow up one of his creatures in a land, you're opening yourself up to
Redeemer Battle
getting
Rage.
battle
You're
raged.
right.
Because so he showed a mutagenic growth game 1, which means there's an outside chance that he's playing stuff like
Kill him.
right. Hey, turns out.
Hey,
Yeah.
turns
Actually, as a matter of fact, unless Andrew has played this matchup before, he probably doesn't know too much about the Kiln Fiend side of the deck. Assuming that's
Well,
what's
so
going
John
on here.
also does play a more traditional Death Shadow variant. He just has a little bit of spice in there. It's just
Sure.
not, maybe he doesn't have Kiln Fiends in it, but let's be real, it probably does.
Absolutely. So now, what do we expect to see from the sideboards here?
I don't think that either are going to dilute their deck that much. They're both, Tron, you just want to find Tron and kill him, and John just wants to hit a critical mass and kill him. If he's on the Kiln Fiend plan, if he's on Death Shadow, which, oh my goodness, he has Leyline of Sanctities in his board.
Oh, hello. All right.
Those don't feel particularly castable. Hopefully you never have to cast them.
Well, he may have Metamorphose or something, because if he's going hard on that Kiln Fiend plan, he may have like an outside shot to, hit his 4th land drop in an 18-land Death Shadow deck, and
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. Sometimes it'll work out.
Absolutely. Maybe your opponent somehow gives you control of their Goblin Electromancer, so
Oh,
the
yeah.
Metamorphose is now generating mana.
Absolutely.
Easy. Honestly, how do you lose?
I may expect Andrew to bring in something like Thragtusk for the matchup. Thought-Knot Seers, maybe. You want to get those lower to the ground threats to be able to get on board a little bit earlier.
Disruption in the form of creatures has just historically been very good against the Death Shadow deck. Like Stubborn Denial is a very powerful Magic the Gathering card, but their other alternative is sometimes they run Disdainful Strokes on the board.
Yep.
And that's about the only way they're going to keep a Thought-Knot from attacking their hand.
We could also see Ceremonious Rejection having come in.
That's true.
I
forgot that card existed. The card's so strong. We have Temur Battle Rage in hand.
We do. We have Temur Battle Rage. I saw Mutagenic Growth. I think Street Wraith looks like 2 lands and maybe a Thought Scour. Thoughtseize?
Okay, if we have a bunch of Street Wraiths, we actually might have a I feel like this deck could theoretically kill on turn 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
We do have the Drag Tusk. That was a good call on Andy Carpetbig's hand. So,
hey, there we go.
I don't know who's deciding right now. It looks like Andy based off how he's posturing, but could really go either way. Oh no,
kidding.
John.
Oh, I wonder if he just didn't have a creature in hand.
I mean, more than likely did not. I did not see anything other than Street Wraith. Technically a creature, but not really.
Technically castable.
Oh my god.
Sometimes you get to 5
land.
mana. 5 mana in your 18 land deck.
And then with 7 sources of actual mana, I imagine, 11 fetch lands.
7, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Absolutely.
How do we lose?
1 black source, so you float a black, your opponent flashes in Blood Moon on your turn, and then you tap your swamp.
Okay, so now we're assuming they're playing Vidalcan Orrery or Leyline of Anticipation.
Hello, Bolin. Good to hear from you.
Hello, welcome to the chat, and more importantly, the stream. Big 6 cards on each side.
Echoing Truth, that's an interesting one. So I wonder if he feels that he just needs a way to answer threats like Ulamog, or if he feels that there are any particular, unanswerable threats in the deck.
Looks like somebody in chat's very happy you're on right now.
Yeah, that is Matthew Bolin.
Okay.
One of the most lovely human beings on the face of the earth.
Delightful. Johnny May goes down to 17 and has a Thoughtseize.
Right down to 15.
And we're about to get to see Andy's hand, which I'm assuming has 2 Tron pieces.
Look at that. It's Tron pieces and no castable spells. Interesting. So did we see if he scryed to the top or the bottom?
I don't recall. I was paying attention to what John Dumais was doing. But we're getting rid of the thing that theoretically could be cast the easiest.
Right. I think I agree with that take. Tron players, I don't know if you're aware, do have the tendency to make their land drops. I think I like... Oh, that sure looks like a land. Hey, look at that. That's a tower.
Yep, so we're going to lead on tower.
Yep.
We don't care if they blow it up now.
Cycle Street Wraith down
Wraith.
to 13. I sure hope we're seeing a Shadow this turn. I want John to be doing the good things. That's something, I suppose.
How do you feel about John keeping Lightning Bolt in during this matchup?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, we have Kiln Fiend in hand, but no red source.
And he fetched.
So Flooded Strand really coming back to bite John Dumais. If that was a Scalding Tarn, we'd probably have our
passing again. That's unfortunate. Very heads up to have taken the Oblivion Stone.
Absolutely.
Because that sure seems like, oh man, no targets for that Mutagenic Growth
does not
either.
bode well for the combo deck.
Passing turn. And we got a Gurmag Angler that is also uncastable.
Well, it's about to get fueled by some discard. Discard to hand size. That is a way to cast Gurmag Angler at some point. That is an uncastable.
That is a Karn.
It doesn't feel like it happens very often, but Tron players do not always get to cast Karn when they have 3 lands in play.
The craziest
sort of
thing.
a novel concept.
We got a Slaughter Pact that he's going to be discarding to hand size. I have to wonder if that was boarded in. So it's Slaughter Pact, I want to say...
Destroy target non-black, non-artifact creature.
If it does say non-artifact, then this would be a direct, very, very heads-up board for the...
Yep.
Thragtusk. But also Thought-Knot, absolutely.
Sure.
We're
We're discarding to hand size. We have an Ugin entering the bin and a Gurmag Angler, which he could have actually cast next turn if he discarded anything else. We got a Ghost Quarter in play for Andy. He's
Oh, so Slaughter Pact is just non-black creature. It does
Oh.
hit artifacts.
awesome.
So being able to hit the Wormcoil Engine that would have been able to gain some life off of an attack or a block does seem important. I believe I just saw a Fatal Push in hand.
He's doing big count
Big
and
count. And look at that, we got a 5/5.
we have Clock.
Hey, there's that.
The ugliest Slaughter Pact ever
Best
printed.
Slaughter Pact.
The art on all of them just looks so good. Every last one of them.
I agree. I'm not a big fan of the frame.
The frame, like, it's just, honestly, I don't even mind the frame. It's just, they really tried something new with the, like, hieroglyphic style lettering. I just wish that it stopped when the name stopped, like when the font stopped and they didn't have those, like, slight borders off to the side.
You mean you're not a fan of Hazaret, the questionable?
Pervert. Yeah, okay, well, I probably don't know if I could have said that, but ignore it if I couldn't have.
Best Slaughter Pact. All right. So we got a Gurmag Angler that, hey, look at that, it's Ceremonious Reduction. All right, so we've got a Mutagenic Growth coming down, going to 11 life. Presumably that means we are going to be seeing a Death Shadow main phase 2. And backed up with some phenomenal counter magic. All right, so we've got should be a 2-turn clock here then.
So it's AJ Roca. We are currently looking at 11 to 13 on life totals.
11 to 15.
We Mutagenic Growth before the attack.
Yep. So that would put him at 11. Oh, no, you know what? You're absolutely right. I sure know how to count.
Math is one of the hardest parts about Magic.
That's why I prefer to go to infinite.
That's
Because
fair.
then numbers just don't matter.
Yeah, it's entirely fair. Andy Karbovic boasting a normal Wormcoil engine, I believe the Commander one, and
does
also the
appear to be-
pre-release.
Yep.
I've talked to him about his basic land choices in the past, and he does things specifically because he knows it annoys his opponents, and he does not care about his card choices. So he has white bordered basics in a lot of his decks alongside of.
appreciate
Okay, I mean that's fair, but he doesn't only have white bordered basics. Alongside, foil versions and non-foil versions of the same card. Really a style like success or fail depending on where you're at.
So the opening hand from our Tron player this match was a 2-lander. It was Tower Power Plant with outs to cast Oblivion Stone on turn 3. But we were on a mull to, I believe, 6, 5?
We were on 6. It was Sylvan Scrying, Ancient Stirrings, and there's one other green spell in there, Thragtusk, alongside
Which
the...
should still be sitting in hand. Now, he is 1 land drop away from just Ghost Quartering himself to cast the Thragtusk, which would be a phenomenal way to stabilize in this matchup.
It does a thing, which you gotta do.
It does 3 things.
That is fair, actually. It's a 5/3, a 3/3.
All right, we have 1 mana
and,
floating, and hey, there's that Ghost Quarter. So I have to assume that we're going to see the Sylvan Scrying for a Tron land here.
We need to.
Maybe he wants to roll the dice with an Ancient Stirrings, because man, that could even get a Tron land.
That's fair. So we haven't played our land yet for turn, and we still have 1 floating. So
Right.
there's just no reason not to go for those stirrings.
Right, he's almost certainly going to be playing, for example, a Wormcoil Engine here. And he's probably going to run into this Ceremonious Rejection and proceed to die.
It'll feel bad, but he got to do some pretty unfair things last game on a mulligan of 5, played turn 4 Ulamog.
Absolutely.
Historically, Ulamog, a pretty powerful card when it's played at any point in the game, let alone a turn 4. I believe it's a turn 5 before. It was turn 4.
It was just straight up turn 4. He just had a really, really nice sequence.
He did
All
a
right.
mean thing.
Looks like we're considering delving, and then realizing that none of our cards have delve. So we're just going to go ahead and cast I guess in this position, I'm probably most interested in playing the Wormcoil Engine.
That's true, and he has 2.
Yeah, he has 2, and I'm most interested in trying to stabilize behind a creature rather than slowly start to pick off his opponent's creatures.
I would completely agree.
Alright, so we do have the Wormcoil Engine coming down, and the immediate look at the hand, tank,
There it
and
is.
Ceremonious Reduction. There it is.
Get it out of there.
Now, if John had another land in hand, I wonder if he doesn't... Ooh, and draws the Stubborn Mile. That works out quite nicely.
So we get in.
So I see 7 coming across, putting him to 6.
All right, so life totals are currently 11 to 6.
Right? 5, 7, 13.
We just have to keep jamming worm coils until something changes. That's
Yeah, and so the hope here is that if, from John's perspective, I believe he did have the Echoing Truth in hand, correct?
yes. That might have been on his mulligan.
Oh, that that may have been on his mulligan, you're right.
I think that it was in this one though. I'm pretty sure he has Echoing Truth. So if that's on Andy's radar, which if I was in his seat, it would absolutely not be on my radar.
No, definitely not.
Then he would probably play Thragtusk as opposed to.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, as opposed to the Worm Coil. But given that card doesn't seem like something that they would be playing against you, you'd probably just jam the Worm Coil and trust that it's good enough.
Now, the typical sideboard cards that you may see out of a Death Shadow deck all do seem to line up reasonably well against Andrew's hand, because having access to Disdainful Stroke will just kind of answer all of these,
Absolutely.
enormous threats. And it does seem like we're going to be playing out that Thragtusk.
And he's a smarter person than I am.
Absolutely. I sure would have fallen into the, just jam my Worm Coil and die.
So life totals are
All
now
right.
11-11. Tie ball game.
I should have 11-11 here.
You're far better at keeping track of life totals than Caden and I ever were.
And we have a Battle Rage, an uncastable Battle Rage in hand.
That's been there since turn 1.
Hey, nice.
We have Lightning Bolt as well. We were just discarding the hand size for a while there.
Is that the Echoing Truth? It is.
It
Okay,
is.
cool.
Okay,
so
so
we're going to be
he's-
leaving him with a 3/3. And I suppose that the hope here is to just get him this next turn. Otherwise, you fall so behind in the race when your opponent is gaining back an entire Gourmet Gangler's worth of combat damage. Oh my goodness.
This
That
is
should be lethal.
lethal.
So we have a 5/5 Death Shadow and a 5/5 Gourmet Gangler. And for those of us keeping track at home, that is going to be
A lot of
more
damage.
than 11 damage.
He says, I'm in an attack.
Battle Rage,
He
that's
says,
game, absolutely.
I would like to block. And John says, that is irrelevant.
Your decisions no longer matter. Now I suppose, all right, cool, look at that.
Run him over.
Cool, there it is. All right, let's
And
see
boom
game.
goes the dynamite.
Let's see game 3 where both of these players can keep in a 7-card hand. I think that's the.
I really like people playing on the bare minimum. I think that it really makes people work for it. It is pretty great. But, pretty well played game. Andy
Absolutely.
actually, playing the Thragtusk there was just definitely better than really any play that I would have come up with in that spot. A lot of people think that Tron is like a no-brain deck, and it's just not accurate. The games where you get to go 1, 2, 7 Karn, yeah, it goes pretty quick, but that's not, that's what the deck's designed to do. It's not what it always does.
Absolutely. If I remember my numbers right, it's about 35% of games where you're going to be seeing the just natural 1, 2, 7 into some big dumb threat, typically Karn. Now, I saw a couple of cards coming back in. I wonder what John feels is better on the play than on the draw, so much that
It looks
we're
like
going
he
to go
cut
back in.
Thought Scour. I have no idea what that was. I thought that was a Sphinx of Magacy for a brief moment there.
wow, my first thought was the F&M promo Thirst for Knowledge.
Okay, so neither of which are even remotely viable to have come in here, but
Wait, Tron or Death Shadow definitely the artifact heavy deck in the matchup, the one you would most
yeah.
expect to be bringing in Thirst for
Absolutely,
Knowledge
absolutely.
for the play game 3.
sure. Well, I can't find any fault with that. You did play Mono Blue Tron. I don't know any other deck who you'd go to thirst for knowledge.
Oh man, that card is just busted in vintage. That's
3 mana, draw 3, discard an artifact, or discard 2.
yeah, absolutely instant speed.
Instant speed. I didn't. Oh.
Fun fact: you can actually choose to both discard an artifact and another card. Because sometimes that matters.
I mean, sure. That seems fair. We have a person out there today playing a Naya Experimental Frenzy Platinum Empyrean deck. I think Experiment Frenzy, not Experimental Frenzy.
Madcap Experiment?
Madcap Experiment.
All right,
Words are hard.
okay.
Cards are even harder. But really hoping that we can get him on later. It's a traditional Naya Blood Moon style deck, which I say traditional and then immediately realize that does not make any sense given what I just said. But
Well, you get this sort of non-traditional spicy spin on a pretty classic deck.
That's fair.
you know, just play turn 2 Blood Moons and hope that your anemic 1/1 beats are good enough to get your opponent dead.
Just how
To
Richard
answer a
Garfield
question
in
from chat, we do have a fair number of players from the Orlando Modern Discord hanging around tonight. We've got Josh Katz, Alex Mumby. I think I saw David Hauser floating around Tianyu playing his classic Scape Shift.
I had not realized the innovation with the Blood Crypts for Scape Shift until 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's about how old it is, to be honest. It's a very, very recent addition. I have to wonder what changed in the metagame that allowed these typically 2-color Scape Shift decks to be playing Slaughter games out of their sideboard.
So, that's fair. He said that he plays 2 Blood Crypts specifically for the Leyline of the Void, having it out to cast it.
Sure.
So I imagine Slaughter Games was just, I can play this now, may as well play it. You can cast it on turn 3 pretty consistently.
All right, looking at some opening hands here, I'm seeing a 1-lander with 2 maps and Ulamog, and a Chromatic Star and a Sylvan Scrying. So on the draw, I probably keep this hand.
And he's on a mulligan to 6 again.
All right, scrying the
Bottoming
Wormcoil
the
Engine to the
Wormcoil.
bottom. So on the draw too. My goodness.
You mean the play?
Well, the Multi 6 on the draw from John.
There it is. Ship it back.
All right. So the reason that I like Lightning Bolts in this matchup is because if you end up playing your Gurmag Angler and your opponent untaps and plays an Ugin and minuses, you can then just bolt the Ugin, and that's that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Andy, with the top deck of mine to keep it going. We got a power plant in our hand. We have Natural Tron. I guess not really natural. He had to work for it a little bit.
What is that? Is that a remand? Mizium Skin? Maybe?
Oh, that's the card we saw him bring in. Is that the unblockable
No, it
overload?
gives it's +0/+3 overload +0/+3 hexproof.
Why?
All right, we've got a shock down to 18. And man, if I'm in John's position, I really want to just play out my Kiln Fiend as early as I can. But I don't think that you can justify playing that out into what's certainly going to be turn 3 Tron.
Well, so I'd actually disagree with that assessment. I think you just have to get aggressive here. If he has turn 3 Tron and we don't do anything, then we're not doing anything.
Sure.
Well, actually, strike that. We had
we have stub in hand.
We have
right?
stub in hand.
So
yeah,
my hope here is to just stub the card as it comes down, play another land, play my Kiln Fiend, and have protection for it. But that might just be a bit of a strange analysis, from my end.
No, that makes perfect sense. I forgot we had Stubborn Denial in hand, but if he does not have a Karn, which does not appear as though he does,
all right. So
probably gonna
we're
just jam.
looking at 6 mana here. So the best threats to play now are going to be either Thragtusk or Wormcoil Engine from this point.
We do have a Thragtusk in hand.
Playing a Mizium Skin in Sliver's sideboard for standard. Fascinating.
I mean, you just want to go wide, and that gives
Sure, and then
all
you
of your
just-
guys hexproof. Just be like, no, you're not touching me this turn.
That makes a lot of sense.
So he wants a GPT versus Mono Black? That makes sense, yeah. That was just a removal heavy format, right?
Now, I have to wonder if it may not have been better to tap the tower to crack the star.
Yeah, we already had the,
Did he play the star this turn?
He did.
He did.
He played incorrect.
Okay.
Doing it again.
So, all right. So we're just priced into playing out the Thragtusker.
We're gonna gain some life and hopefully live to see our next draw step. We'll be at 25 at that point. He's gonna need some combination of Teamer Battle Rage and some free spells to get it done.
Yep, absolutely. I would expect that a land into Lightning Bolt the Thragtusk after blocks.
Sure. That makes sense. And then you also get to keep your Kiln Fiend around.
Right.
If we give it Trample, then there's nothing actually in front of it, so it can steal its full damage. But it doesn't look like we have our land. We're just going to throw
Just
it
going
right
to pass
back.
the turn.
Andy has to be thrilled about that. When
Oh,
the Kiln
absolutely.
Fiend isn't attacking, then yeah. That's not what this deck wants to be doing, and it's exactly what Tron wants to be doing, is just, starting to play a bunch of idiots.
Sure,
and
just
trusting
stabilize
no
behind
lead.
your guys that are always going to be bigger than your opponent's guys.
Absolutely. What kind of deck do you consider Tron?
I consider Tron to be a control deck
Control? Okay.
because I had this conversation with a bunch of the guys who went up to Tampa. We had one person trying to argue that Tron was a tempo deck.
You are definitely getting ahead on time.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And you're going to be sacrificing resources from hand to do so.
Okay.
I had another player who's trying to argue that it was just a combo deck.
I think there's a compelling argument there as well.
I agree. 1 + 1 + 1 equals card.
Yeah.
I feel that it falls much closer to the control side of things because you're trying to trade off your early game in favor of a much bigger, much stronger late game.
We're stubborn annihilating an expedition map.
We are stubborn denying an expedition map, and we're going to let that one go rather than...
Well, we can't
Hey.
pay 1. It has 4 power by the end of it all.
Oh, it sure does. Look at that. I thought it was +2/+0.
Oh no, that'd be absurd. Wait, what?
If I bounce a ley line,
Combo mid-range. What an interesting stance to take there.
I would argue that it's so. Where is the control side? Where are you seeing control? You think
So-
because you're controlling the game with planeswalkers?
Right, so you're playing your planeswalkers to use them as spot removal and sweepers. You have actual sweepers in the form of Oblivion Stone, and 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s in the form of Ulamog.
Sure. Okay, that's fair. I would argue combo control at that point.
Sure. That's totally
it's
fair.
basically Splinter Twin if you really think about it.
It is basically Splinter Twin.
It plays green, so it's closer to Tarmo Twin, but it's fine. All right. And also
All right,
another
and-
great control card, Oblivion Stone.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
that-
Bluetron, you sure get to loop that card.
Oh, I bet.
Unfortunately, Mono Green Tron, you only get the one activation to ruin your opponent's day.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, if he gets on tap with it, he has probably officially won the game.
Absolutely.
It's really
At that
hard.
point, it's just a matter of. Well, I suppose John could see a couple of lands into a bounce spell. Echoing Truth.
Sure. That's fair. I mean, that's another reason to play Echoing Truth. Echoing Truth just seems better and better the more you talk about it.
I really like that card.
Bolting.
So, in
Presumably-
this situation, I don't think that I would ever go upstairs.
Sure. Well, you might just be trying to finish the game this turn.
Sure. Oh, well, there's another Stubborn Denial. All right.
That doesn't feel like it helps us here. So Teamer Battle Rage is our route to victory. I think we needed a land, and then we'd be able to lightning bolt him. Oh, he was at 25.
Right. That's why I'm not as convinced that the bolt going to the dome is quite where you want to be.
I would agree.
I think that there's absolutely a world where you're going to be bolting the Thrag Tusk.
We do have another lightning bolt in hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, well, my mentality there was bolt the Thrag Tusk, and then bolt the token, and then you actually get to start taking your chip shots. At that point, it is no longer a chip shot. Like that is
Right.
We only have one red source, so it's only going to be 4 power when it's doing it. We're doing it first bolt on his end step, second bolt on my main phase.
All right. Well, so
And-
we are about to see the Ulamog coming down, and unfortunately, Stubborn Denial not quite lining up as well as we would like. Notably, Ulamog is going to be a cast trigger, so even if he did have the ceremonies here, we would still be seeing him lose 2 lands, and that should seal up the game here. Oh no, no! If he targets the Kiln Fiend, then we're going to see a Mizium Skin on the Kiln Fiend. Gotta love
it
those
alive.
sideboard cards.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, if Andy didn't have to read this card, I would be blown away. I would be thrilled for Andy. He'd have a much more rounded knowledge of cards than I do. But okay, we remember to exile the land this time. So kudos to our players. That Kiln Fiend's still out and about. Also 4 power right now. Can trade with the Thrag Tusk. I don't think that's our game plan.
Well, and it also has a what +1 or +2 toughness, something like that.
The dice probably said
+2.
The dice is probably representing it right now.
Yeah,
No,
so
that's
the dice is going to
trigger.
be the Kiln Fiend power trigger, but Mizium Skin does actually give a boost to the toughness as well.
A Relic of Progenitus coming down. You know, it's just... I don't think we attack an Andy spot right now. We just
No,
take
and
it back and now...
the hope here just has to be, get incredibly lucky,
yeah, it's...
and I can't quite see the route to do that.
Yeah, if we don't attack this turn, Ulamog's indestructible. We throw it and Thragtusk in front of the Kiln Fiend, and then, you have to deal, a total of...
So much damage.
Yeah, just like 37 damage, I think, to us in order to kill us. 35 damage, something like that. No, it's not possible.
It's got to be like
4 mutagenic growths.
running Manamorphoses into mutagenic growths. I don't see it here.
So you're saying there's a shot.
Absolutely.
There it is.
Absolutely.
I don't think John Dumais actually plays Manamorphose in his deck, and we're going to have words after this tournament about that. It just doesn't make sense not to.
All right, gotta love that
Gurmiangs.
Gurmag Angler with the Steam Vents for the mana to cast it.
Really makes you want to play a Crumbling Necropolis in your deck? Is that just me?
That's the Grixis tap lane, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
A fixture in my cube. Peasant.
Peasant.
Yep. Really excited for War of the Spark. Going to be picking up a foil copy of every single uncommon Planeswalker.
As you
and
should.
Throwing them all in. I don't care what it does to balance, or if none of them belong in it, or if one of them doesn't belong in any archetype in my cube, they're all going in.
I can respect that. Absolutely. So, what are we expecting to see here? Presumably, this is going to be a fate counter on. No? All right, we're just going to be exiling the graves. Make sure the Gurmag Angler that was just drawn is never going to be coming down.
I don't think it was quite likely anyways, but... What do you mean?
All right, let's see that. Attack for 10. If I'm in Andrew's position here, I'm actually just never going to be tapping any more mana. I'm just going to be attacking for 10 for a couple of turns.
I'd agree.
And milling out my opponent. And I'll be holding up Oblivion Stone back up for the rest of the game.
5 mana?
I suppose you could just blow it up now.
Okay, so he's
All
just
right,
doing this
so,
to get rid of
right,
the token
so we're going to be getting rid of the token.
And now we get a swing for 10.
And then it's going to be a swing for 10, and not only that, it's also going to be milling, the top 20? And there's the concession. All right.
Big handshakes. So, that did not go the way that I think we initially predicted. John Dumais, his deck feels like it's pretty favored in this matchup just because, what does Tron lead to?
Right, you don't want to see that early pressure, and you don't want to see the hand disruption, because some of these Tron opening hands can look a little bit fragile. 2 Echoing Truths, that's
spicy.
more than I expected.
I respect it. I thought that was about to be a third, and I was about to lose my mind. But yeah, typically if you go ahead and when Storm plays against Tron, Storm
Claim to
wins.
Fame.
more often
Oh
than
my
not.
goodness, I was trying to figure out what that.
Claim to Fame.
Yeah. I was wondering if he wasn't just splashing green for. Oh my goodness, it gives menace, and they discard a card on one end and trample, and they draw a card on the other.
I cannot think
Driven
of
to
any.
despair.
There it is. Okay. But that didn't turn out the way we thought. That's why Modern's such a great format. A lot of times
absolutely.
you can sit down, have what feels like an 80-20 matchup, but sometimes it's that 20, and you just get both mulligan to 5 and do some stuff and do some things, and both decks got to do that this time, I guess.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, I really like the Kiln Fiend style in these types of Death Shadow decks, because Kiln Fiend does allow you to get a little bit more mileage out of your Phyrexian spells, which definitely will be a pretty huge benefit for the Shadow end of the deck as well.
Absolutely. It also helps with Death Shadow's primary problem, which is sometimes just can't find a threat.
Right.
It does look like it swaps out cantrips for more threats, which can be kind of dangerous. We saw him have mana problems, which
Right.
is not something you're really accustomed to Death Shadow players seeing. They get to fetch their dual lands every single time. They love their life total being low.
And
2-1. Yeah. They want their life total to be low. They just get to go fetch shock. I get my mana to be perfect. I get exactly what I want every time because that's what my deck is designed to do. Whereas when you play something like a traditional Jund mid-range strategy, your life total matters. You have Dark Confidant trying to kill you, your opponent's trying to kill you. You're not getting to be the aggressor in every single game. Death Shadow's much better situated to always get perfect mana game in and game out.
Yeah, without a doubt. And one of the other directions that we'll sometimes see these Death Shadow decks take is to go Jund rather than Grixis, so that you do trade out the cantrips once again for some more threats, but you get the access to
Traverse the
Evenwald, right? And
Tarmogoyf.
Tarmogoyf is a more consistent threat.
Main deck Nile spell bombs on occasion.
Absolutely.
Big
Main
fan
deck,
of
main
that
deck
in this meta.
Lilianas.
Oh yeah. Last Hope or Veil?
Both.
Why not both? I love Liliana Last Hope. That card was printed and has just it brought me so much joy. I was playing Modern Jund at the time and just you haven't lived until you've recurred a Bloodbraid Elf off of it. Just
my goodness.
So much value. So much value.
I'll tell you, I have seen it out of the Grixis Shadow sideboards a number of times as well.
I believe it. Wait.
Because
yeah.
being able to minus and just pick back up Shadow, fueling your next Gremag Angler.
That was also a strategy for the just blue-black Death Shadows in Legacy.
Oh, in Legacy, yeah, absolutely.
I love that version of the deck. A hot take by LSV and company for the Team Pro Tour, right? And then just came in and just became a force. Cycle Street Wraith, reanimate Street Wraith. Oh,
incredible.
Yeah.
Set up your Shadow for the next turn.
Oh yeah. But it looks like we have about 6 minutes left in this round. We will go ahead and find another thrilling match for you here in a little bit. We might try to get a winner's interview going on, but just stay tuned. Never mind, we're trying to figure it out. No winner's interview,
Guess not.
But we will be back in 6 minutes. We hope you're enjoying the stream, and we'll catch you in a few minutes.
It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Dreams, they can come true. Will you accept the apology that is long overdue? Well, I question what forever is, and I know you do too. When the answer's right in front of me, believe it's all I wanna do. Trust you not to break out students to I know you not trust you not to break out students to I wanna know you not trust you not to break out students to
Hello and welcome back to some Monday Modern Magic.
Here at Cool Stuff Games in Maitland. We got, I already forgot who we have coming up. Oh my goodness. I know we have Stephen Veet
And regardless, I've
Casey
been
Rom.
told,
Casey Rom. There it is.
I've been told that the deck choices for this match should be very exciting.
Absolutely. You know, a mid-range combo deck. I'm gonna go ahead and just throw out there.
Sure, absolutely.
Versus something completely unknown to us. Whether we mean we don't know the deck or we have never seen the deck played, you'll soon find out. Maybe not. Maybe, what if it's actually
Could just be
both?
Tron again.
Yeah. Oh no. Hello, yes, Jordy is back. I'm not sure who you are, but welcome to the chat, man. Welcome to the stream. But we're currently filling out some paperwork, having them shuffle up. So you get to stare at our beautiful faces and my hair that's in dire need of a touch-up for a little bit.
No, it looks fine.
You should dye your hair. Lime green.
Lime green?
Yeah, I already had it on spot. Ready. Fire it off. Easy.
I'll think about it.
Okay, we can do it together. Yeah, sure. We got Floyd's.
Floyd's? Yeah, they're so good.
Yeah, they're right down the street from
Absolutely.
like our complex.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a good time. If you ever want to visit our complex, his address is not listed below.
Which is a very good thing.
Probably a good thing. What do you mean don't lie to him? Who are you?
I think they're saying that your hair does not need a touch-up because it looks lovely.
No, I think that they're saying that you lied by saying that it actually looks good.
No, I like it.
I appreciate it. All right. Well, it looks like we have paperwork coming back, which probably means they're getting everything finished up and we'll be joining them shortly. I'm done hiding what the one deck we know is. It's Abzan Company. What can you tell us about this? You've been playing this pile of cards for 5 years.
I have been playing Abzan Company for a very long time. So, for those unfamiliar, the Abzan Company decks tend to win off the back of either a Kitchen Finks, Viscera Seer, and another card that lets you go to infinite life, or Devoted Druid and Vizier of Remedies, generating infinite green mana into typically a Walking Ballista. So I'm seeing blue cards, I think, and I'm seeing green cards and birds, and hey, look at that, it's Abzan Company.
And it's Jeskai Control on the opposite side. I see a Scalding Tarn.
Oh, man.
Well, it might be blue-white. I do see a Scalding Tarn in hand, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that he's playing that just to find an island or another hollowed fountain.
Well, I think I see a Steam Mints in there, so that needs to be a Chalice in your company decks. I've been seeing that a bunch recently, and man, I don't know how I feel about that.
I saw Jim Davis playing. We just posted an article on CoolStuffInc.com, actually. Go check it out, where he plays 4 Chalice of the Voids alongside a combo deck. You know, lock people out of the game, do the thing, win the match.
Absolutely. All right, so in my experience in the matchup, I have found that any blue-red X control deck tends to be a very difficult matchup for this style of deck, because you're going to be seeing a lot of the removal spells that'll just go ahead and take care of your creatures at tempo at a tempo gain for the control list, and you don't tend to play many creatures other than Kitchen Finks, which fortunately came down quite early, that will net you that 2-for-1 that you're looking for.
Absolutely. Current life totals are 20 to 18, favoring Casey Rom. Both shocking in. Kitchen Finks give them back some life.
All right, so not attacking here definitely represents that company,
Absolutely.
or Court of Calling rather, and I would expect Steven to be countering it if he has the ability to, although if not, I am curious what Casey decides to go for here.
Big remand.
All right, there we go. We do have the remand coming down.
That, unfortunately, for Steven means it's probably coming down next turn. And we just drew a second. The third, actually. Oof.
Wow, my goodness.
To go with our swamp.
All right, so if I'm in Casey's position here, I am looking to go to Infinite Life this game rather than go for the Druid Vizier combo. And that means that you're going to want either a chord for 1 or a chord for 2.
Short. So we want to find Vizier as well as the
Viscera Seer.
Viscera Seer,
Right.
of course.
Now, personally, I think that it's absolutely correct to be on the Kitchen Finks combo in the current meta. It lines up very, very well against Dredge. And all right, there we are seeing the chord for 2 again. and we're gonna hope that there's no. Oh my goodness, is that a Nahiri?
Ooh, are we back on the old Jeskai Nahiri?
It is.
That
it
strategy
is,
is real old,
what,
but real fun.
2015 all over again?
Oh, yeah.
I'm loving this. All right, so we do have that chord for 2 resolving. Now, in this position, personally, I'm actually just going to be getting the Viscerus here if we're going for that combo, because that's the card that's most likely to net you an advantage.
Absolutely. Anytime they point a removal spell, at the very least, even if it's not a combo piece, you get to do a big scry one. We're going for infinite mana though.
I'm
feeling it.
very hesitant to go for a Devoted Druid against a Jeskai control deck, because this forces you to commit a lot harder to your combo game plan. And so right there, yeah, we see the path to exile coming down. If we had gotten the Viscerus here, the path is probably going to be getting pointed at the Viscerus rather than the Finks.
Absolutely.
Which just nets you a scry one, your choice of either a scry one or a basic land.
I'd feel the basic land in that situation personally, but case dependent.
So if you've got Eternal Witness or Renegade Rallier in your deck, you may, and only 1 copy of Viscerus you may just want that card to go to the grave, take your scry.
Absolutely, makes sense.
And so typically playing that Court of Calling at end step will, okay, so, and there's the Eternal Witness in hand, so we probably would have just ended up sacking down.
Sure. But right now, it looks like, so I really like Casey's play last turn of passing the turn back and giving Steven the opportunity to counter his Court of Calling, solely because he had 3 in his hand.
Absolutely.
And I think that was a big signal to Steven. Possibly the reason why he did not counter it was just, why would he give me the option?
So, minor mistake here is not tapping the Devoted Druid for mana as part of the Court of Calling. You're going to want to leave up your... You're going to be wanting to leave up your lands, typically, to... Okay, so he is announcing he has 2 floating. So he tapped the Devoted Druid for mana, put a -1 counter on it, tapped it again. Just shortcutted it because it's going to the grave anyway. Playing that second Devoted Druid, and presumably he's going to be running out the Eternal Witness to pick up one of the Court of Callings and try and set up for this long game. Incidentally, Eternal Witness is going to be one of those other cards that you really want to see in this matchup.
Yep.
Because you just want to be netting, again, as many of these 2-for-1s as you can. You don't typically have the opportunity to do that. Yep, alright, so there's the Eternal Witness. Going to be picking up nothing.
I'm a little confused as to what's transpiring here. We're cracked. Oh, we have to pay for it.
Oh,
with
I see. I assumed he was
cracking
paying for it with the birds.
Interesting.
So it's interesting that he is playing the basic swamp in the list. I've found a lot of lists kind of angling away from that because you do play the 4 Birds of Paradise.
Sure.
And opting for an additional forest to have... What on earth got... Oh, that must be the card that he picked up from the grave.
Sure. So it
Looked
looks
like
like the
the
Overgrown
Court
Tomb actually came in tapped.
Yep.
A little curious there as to
So-
sequencing. Oh, he's showing us his whole deck. Hieroglyphic Illumination. This is all very foiled. He's just showing off at this
It's quite
point.
pretty.
There it is. We're
Looks like
shocking
the
that in.
Shock in, alright. Are we going to see a Cycle Hieroglyphic Illumination or another path? There's the other path. Alright.
That's pretty good.
So targeting the Devoted Druid here, in this position, given that he already has one in grave, I'm absolutely going to be letting that get exiled. Although, notably for the first Devoted Druid to get pathed, I'm very likely to just have it sack itself to the -1 counters.
is that a Deputy of Detention?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so you have Birds and Noble Hierarchs and Court of Callings and Collected Companies. So you really don't have to pay too much mana for this deck.
That's pretty great. I have not seen that bit of innovation. That's that's powerful. It does it's very good.
Absolutely, it's quite powerful. So you kind of accept having mana that's a little bit worse at the benefit of just answering any permanent your opponent plays.
That makes perfect sense. Steven taking a peek at his hand and really trying to figure out what he wants to do here before shipping it back. I imagine we can't be about to discard, so is this debating a Jace the Mind Sculptor? It's a Snapcaster
It looks
mage?
like, well, okay, so he's got access to Snap Command and Snap Path here. So if I'm in Steven's position, I'm very, very comfortable to be sitting back.
Absolutely.
Oh, I have totally lost track of life totals.
We
My
have.
goodness, I'm gonna assume like 15. Does that sound reasonable?
I believe Casey is actually at 9. or 19, excuse me. We fetched for a tapped Overgrown Tomb. We shocked in the Temple Garden, but we gained 2 back with the Kitchen Finks.
I think I lost track of Steven's life total. I know I saw him take at least 1 or 2 attacks.
Steven shocked, fetch, shock, and has taken an Ewit attack.
I want to say he's at 2 or something? I don't know.
Big bolt.
All right. So that snap bolt coming down to just kind of stem the beats a little bit.
Absolutely.
Now,
We're
if
trying to buy
I'm
time.
in Casey's position, it's possible that you just chord for an Eternal Witness to pick up the Eternal Witness.
Sure. Value plays are good. Ultimately, a lot of these
3-4 looks like it's going to be a chord for Shalai, as a matter of fact. Shalai definitely a great way to stabilize in this matchup. Or he
Absolutely.
just could be chording for a lot so that he has more options available to him.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he knows this isn't getting countered off 1 mana. They're not playing Spell Pierce in the main. They're not playing Dispel in the main.
All right, there it is,
But-
the Eternal Witness. Presumably picking up the Eternal Witness, just kind of going to set up that loop, force your opponent to have some kind of exile removal or more counterspells.
He's just throwing the chord in his hand, hoping for it not to be an Eternal Witness. Casey picks up the chord, though.
All right, and the goal for Steven here is going to be to stop Casey from abusing his enormous mana advantage right now, which frankly is going to be a little bit difficult when you're pathing your opponent's creatures and your opponent plays all the 1 mana accelerants like Birds of Paradise.
Casey's hand is also double Chord of Calling, which is probably the best possible hand to have in this situation.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just going to be really hard for Steven to fight through.
Is this going to be a Wrath? Nahiri. Okay. So,
Start fixing
certainly going to
this
be
hand.
plussing your Nahiri here. Looks like discarding the Condemn, maybe?
It's hard to say. It does seem like he's
It is difficult to
favoring
say.
Condemn. Oh,
All right, he's going to be picking the Spell Snare and hitting his 5th land drop.
He actually already had that in hand. He drew the
did-
Cryptic
okay.
Command for turn.
I see.
I think he would have probably passed holding up Cryptic Command had he had that initially. I do like getting the Nahiri down in general, though. You're not making any forward momentum in this game, and you have to start doing that at some point. Otherwise, you're going to give the combo deck infinite turns, and you don't have any source of card advantage or anything yet.
All right, so we have the Collected Company seeing a Knight of the Reliquary. So that leads me, I was just about to say, that leads me to believe he must be playing, Gavany Township, possibly even Keswick Wolfrun, depending on how his mana base shapes up. And in this position, I'm just going to be taking the, I'm going to be ignoring the Devoted Druid and just taking the Duskwatch Recruiter and Knight of the Reliquary. And
He wants combo pieces instead.
he wants the combo pieces. And that's absolutely valid. In my experience with these types of matchups, it becomes very difficult very quickly to start to establish your combo past all of their removal. So I would rather try and play the value game.
Sure.
But
There's
one of the
merits
beautiful
to
things
both.
about this deck is how many different ways you have to approach these types of situations.
Well, that's one of the, not just this deck, but all mid-rangey decks in Modern. They have so many lines of play that can win or lose you the game. It's really hard to actually do a deep dive analysis on what is right and what is wrong, because a lot of it comes down to what's in your opponent's hand. And surely there's typically an objectively correct play, even if it loses you the game. That doesn't make the wrong play, but mid-range and Modern is just such an interesting concept where it is right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, I love these IDW, the Chinese promo lands. Oof, the mountain has a little cat face.
Oh, that's so much fun.
All right,
All right, so end of turn here, we are going to be courting for a lot.
Enough.
And this is just going to be to give Casey all of his options. And playing the chord for such a high number is actually just going to be to scare your opponent into immediately countering it. Because since he has the other chord in hand, he wants to just try and end the game on the spot here. Untapping, obviously, with Devoted Druid and Duskwatch Recruiter means you only need your one last combo piece, which in this case is just going to be Vizier of Remedies.
Absolutely.
Now, in Casey's position, there may be a world where I actually just find another Devoted Druid here. So there's the Cryptic Command. Modes here are going to be counter and possible... Oh, counter draw. All right. I may have...
So ultimately, this is actually going to, Steven doesn't know that the last card in his hand is another Chord of Calling.
Right.
We're just going to be able to chord for our last combo piece, generate infinite mana, and dig through our whole deck, find our copy of Walking Ballista, and do a big kill.
And that should do it here.
And that's going to be game.
Now, Chad is saying counterbounce the druid. In that situation, I would actually just be sacrificing the druid to its own ability, and then you would still get your cord for a lot, which is just going to find you another druid and seal it up. So we've got infinite mana here, and what's going to happen is we're going to activate Duskwatch Recruiter a bunch of times. Typically, this is going to be Walking Ballista, although I did see Shalai in the list as well. And some lists are still also playing cards like Ronas or Nylea as ways to just close it out.
Ooh, I haven't seen the Nylea ones. That's
Oh
spicy.
yeah, that was, I'm telling you, way back in the day, that was the hot tech.
That's how we did it?
Absolutely. We didn't have Walking Ballista. We didn't have any of this newfangled good mana sync. What's that?
Go ahead and find yourself a Hangerback Walker and sacrifice it to your Viscera Seer. Make a billion 1/1s. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
No, that's terrible. When you could just ping them to death. But still, the cord was being countered no matter what, is what a Poe is saying here.
Right,
so
absolutely.
even if you just let it get bounced to your hand, right? Like you
Oh no. So I'm.
Boats were
we're-
counter draw.
we're-
We want to do counter
Yeah,
bounce.
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we
I
get
was
to-
thinking bounce draw or something.
Sure. At which point we find an Eternal Witness. I'm kidding, kind of.
So
But
this is interesting. So typically game 2, from the company style decks, you're going to be bringing in a lot of like these grindier cards that are going to help you extend the game, because your opponent is naturally kind of going to want the game to go longer, and you want to have the tools available to you to play on that axis.
sure.
Devoted company decks, they can seal out the game on turn 3, sometimes on turn 2 if you're playing those newfangled Spirit Guide builds, but a lot of the times you're really looking for like turn 4, turn 5, you want to grind through their counter magic and, slam some kind of combo.
Absolutely.
From the Jeskai control side, you're typically going to be taking out some of your higher end stuff, like your Planeswalkers or your really big spells if they're playing something like Sphinx's Revelation or
Yeah, you just don't really have time
Jace's
in the matchup.
Ingenuity. Yeah, something like that.
The lower your curve, the more interaction. That is kind of the name of the game in Modern, but really epitomized by this matchup.
Yeah, in a lot of matchups, you can get away with playing the more expensive stuff if your early sweep is kind of strong enough to stop their initial flurry. But one of the great things about these very creature heavy decks is that they just constantly demand answers.
Absolutely. If Steven gets to do some Terminus stuff early on in the game, then a lot of times that can set him far enough ahead, and keeping things out of the graveyard is obviously very important. We saw Eternal Witness just do its thing that whole game. And that was probably, it was in no small part why KC came away with the W. But
Right. You need to see these 2-for-1s from both sides of the table. Even something as small as a Snapcaster leaving behind a body and stopping your 2-1 from attacking is going to be a pretty big way for the Jeskai control player to swing this matchup into their favor.
absolutely. Give it a last couple shuffles before we go into game 2 with KC Rom up a game. I think Casey might be the first person who's actually put his deck in the appropriate spot on the playmats provided to us by CoolStuffInc.com, who is hosting our stream as well.
Oh my goodness. So
Steven already down to a mulligan to 6. Really quick.
the disciplined play there is to mulligan that hand, but having access to Ghost Quarter to play your Devoted Druid on turn 2 does have some merit, and I'll be honest, I'm real greedy.
Okay. I'm a big fan of Greed. I did play Mono Black Devotion in Modern for a while, and if Greed was legal, I would have played it.
Well, you had Underworld Connections, that's basically...
Well, we actually had Phyrexian Arena, which was way better than Underworld Connections. 8th edition did some weird stuff for Magic.
Oh, I was thinking Theros Block.
Sure. Oh, I mean, I played this in Modern.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you sure did. I remember losing to you Arenaing an Obliterator.
Yes, Arena on Obliterator is a fun time. 10 discard spells in the main, actually. Was probably too much, but I really wanted to know what my opponent was on because my cards were all bad.
All right, so it looks like a Flooded Strand in Casey's hand here, which means he is favoring fetching for his white lands, his Temple Gardens. We have Overgrown Tomb into Ramp Creature.
Ideal start.
Yeah, absolutely. The traditional knowledge is that you're going to be taking out some number of your ramp creatures in these styles of matchups because you don't want the dead top decks later in the game.
Well, voice crack. He did actually take out his sideboard plan was 2 Knight of the Reliquary and 2 Birds of Paradise coming out.
Sure.
Is what
Yeah, that
I
makes a
saw,
lot of
I believe.
sense because Knight of the Reliquary, while it lines up very nicely against Lightning Bolt, Lightning Helix, doesn't quite line up as well against Path, and your Jeskai opponent can typically save their bolts and helixes for your X2s and X3s, and just sit on their paths and hit your big guys.
Makes sense. Ooh, Steven missing his second land drop.
It's unfortunate.
Really unfortunate.
Now, Casey is not really in a huge position to capitalize on that just yet, but over the next couple of turns, I believe I saw a Court of Calling, maybe a Collected Company in his hand, and let's see, hope for that land drop. Didn't quite
got
see
lands
that,
on
although I
top.
did see lands on top.
Yep. And we
Does
have
he have to
another
move
Serum
to discard?
Visions in hand. Current life totals are 18 to 16, favoring Casey Rom. I'm going to do a big fetch shock for a cycled hieroglyphic illumination, which is a little bit rough. And now we are down to 17 on Casey's side.
18, 16? 18, 17.
17,
16 from the attack,
17,
right.
16, yeah. You know, Flooded Strand should definitely be Windswept Heaths, but to Casey's credit, he bought this deck today.
No kidding.
Yes, I rung him up.
I would expect that he has the...
Oh, that's a breeding pool.
So that would be to cast that Deputy of Detention.
Absolutely.
Now, if I'm in Casey's position, I'm almost certainly casting that Ghost Quarter because my opponent top-topped with that Serum Visions.
Yep.
So it seems like
We need
he's...
to, nope. He missed his window.
Yep. I would have done it on my turn, but he's looking to cast that Collected Company, try and pull ahead a little bit.
Yeah, you know.
It's a difficult call, but I value disrupting my opponent's one land start, and he hits the Dispel. My goodness.
Punished.
That's pretty big. Sin
has to
Collector
be
coming
filled
in
here.
just in time. And we're going to take a look at that land light hand that you kept here.
This is indeed here at the Maitland location there, Apoa. We got Teferi, Dispel, Remand, Path, Bolt, Land. This is an excellent hand for Steven.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be taking the Remand, absolutely. Because it's fairly... Well, that's... 14? 13?
It is currently 17 to 12. I don't remember if that attack was, if I marked down this attack or not.
All right, so we have Cord Company in hand. This is an ideal position for Casey to be in. He's going to be attacking for 3, putting his opponent to, I think,
Either
9?
11 or 9.
Somewhere
one or
around
the
there.
other.
His opponent may or may not be in the danger zone.
We're just going to call a 9, go down to 8 off the Scalding Tarn. If he's still alive at a certain point, then we'll know that that I did that attack twice. You know,
And there's the
big
bolt for
bolt.
the Sin Collector.
Okay, never mind. We're going to stay at
So
9.
Sin Collector, again, one of those
Or
huge,
8,
huge
pardon.
important 2-for-1s that the Abzan Company deck just needs to see in these types of matchups, because we only win from his seat when we pull ahead on cards.
Absolutely.
All right, so going to be firing off the Court of Calling at end step, Court for a bunch, to run right into the Dispel. His opponent,
Get
of course,
that
going
outta
to
here.
Dispel that. And untap. All right, we got another Forest. And so here again, we see this mana advantage, coming into play. All right, Collected Company, rather.
You got
I
it,
see
dude.
Duskwatch Recruiter. I see Tireless Tracker.
Ooh, all of these are very good.
Those are
for
very,
pulling
very
ahead.
strong cards. So I'm probably going to be taking the Tireless Tracker and Duskwatch Recruiter here, and just ignoring the fact that I'm even a combo deck.
That seems fair.
Absolutely. Right, so you haven't played your land for turn, and you're going to be getting a card draw off of the clue that you get from that. And Duskwatch Recruiter, just being able to constantly gas up your hand, huge, huge deal.
It was a big heads-up play by Casey there, not playing his land before casting that. You know,
Absolutely.
when you have not Duskwatch Recruiter, when you have Tireless Tracker in your deck, it's just so important to bear that in mind and to sort of delay your hand or your land drops whenever possible.
And it feels very counterintuitive too, right? Because you don't want to run into the mana leaks of the world and the logic knots, but you have to know when you can afford to play around them, and definitely in this situation you can just sit on your land drops and make the better play.
Yeah, eventually do a thing.
All right, so we got a Teferi coming down. Teferi, definitely a good way to stabilize that board.
Steven has a beautiful deck. I'm
He
real
sure does.
jealous.
He
We
sure
already
does.
played the land this turn with the Field of Ruin, so we can't play that Flooded Strand.
Yeah, we should
If we can get someone over there,
go ahead and get on that.
We have a guy running over to help him pick up that Flooded Strand. Yeah, unfortunate. Oh,
All right,
it's
there it
back
is.
in his hand, and
Nice
we
and
get to
easy.
play on.
Nice and easy. Casey gets that sweet free information there.
It might be a little annoying to have two judges just constantly staring over your game. I hadn't thought about it like that, but hey, no
Very
harm,
nice.
no foul. We're going to keep going. We played an Ewit, got back presumably a company.
Absolutely.
Yep, there it is. One of the most powerful interactions in that deck. It turns a
It's
2-for-1 into a
Five
5-for-1, something
Yeah.
like that.
It's really big. Bonus points if one of the cards that you find with your company is the Eternal Witness.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to be attacking the Teferi for 3. Because, man, the Teferi's ability to just... 2 explores.
Two explorers, he says.
Teferi's ability to stabilize, just behind the raw number of cards that you draw is one of the biggest reasons why that, that card becomes so key. So we're going to be drawing another card here.
So it's kind of interesting he didn't elect to just path the Duskwatch Recruiter there. It is one of the combo pieces, so there's merit there. Maybe he had a Serum Visions. Foils are kind of hard to see.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be real here. That's a Cryptic Command. I kind of want the Cryptic Command here.
Yeah, in this matchup, a lot of the times Cryptic Command is going to come down to a Fog that draws you a card.
Sure.
And it's difficult, but in Steven's position, I almost want to let the Duskwatch Recruiter flip because you just don't want him drawing that many cards.
I completely agree. That's the sort of the impetus behind pathing it. I mean, yeah, saving some damage into Teferi is awesome. We always want to do that. But now, if he alphas his team at Teferi, it's dead no matter what.
Right.
He can't path anything to keep it alive, and it's just going to be a bad day.
All right, the difficult choice between 2 different Noble Hierarchs.
He's going to take a peek.
He's
I
going to
want
take
this
the Noble
one.
Hierarch. I suppose he could have chosen to take neither.
Yes. He could have said, "Hey, I don't have any." Steven being a gentleman and saying, "Hey, I shuffled my deck. Can you cut it, please? I don't want to be
And so
accused
there's
of
a kitchen
cheating
fix.
by Twitch."
So at this point, we're only 1 card away from going to Infinite Life, and he does have the Court of Calling. So in Casey's position, I'm probably just going to go ahead and kill the Teferi.
Oh, wait, we had a Colonnade. I missed that. Turns out, Steven's better at Magic than me. Who knew?
Yeah, you need to force Steven to start to tap low there so that you can establish your combo. Just seal the game as much as you can.
Absolutely. Steven also, so actually I was completely wrong. Steven got to block there, and if he had alphaed his team at it, he also would have been able to path another creature. It did look like we even forgot to sacrifice our Guide of Viscerous here, so we didn't get our Scry.
I think that Casey may be quite. He may be so focused on the fact that he has the combo that he's kind of forgetting some of the more nuanced plays that you can take, and there's nothing wrong with that. These decks do get quite complicated. Oh no, the other Dispel. All right, we have Path on the Viscerous here, so Viscerous here is definitely going to be sacking itself.
For a useless Scry.
If he'd like to scry, he's more than welcome to, keeping it on top.
Did we ever
very
pop our
important.
clue? The clue is represented by that dice up in the top left of Casey's.
Right.
I guess it's our top right. But I wonder if he remembers he has that, if we haven't. So one of the disadvantages of using a die to represent your clue, it's really hard to get a clue.
Ooh, I don't like going for Devoted Druid here.
So I think there's 2 arguments here. You've played the deck more, but Devoted Druid does something at all courses of the game, right? It's a mana guy. We don't need mana right now, granted, but it's a mana guy. Visitor Seer only does something when you have a combo on the table, but I do agree we would have 2 of the 3 pieces we need. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go and grab the Devoted Druid here unless I'm missing something.
Right, so one of the reasons that you would get Vizier of Remedies in this situation is that you're putting a lot of pressure on Steven to have non-bolt removal for your kitchen things.
Sure.
Right? You want to blank as much of his removal as you can because that deck just runs so much of it.
We do have a path that's sitting in his hand, which ultimately, Casey doesn't look like he has had great choices there no matter what. Of how Steven's draw worked out. We get a second Field of Ruin.
So, in Casey's position, one of the things that he needs to do is kind of navigate how to time his instant speed creature tutor spells.
It's interesting to see Casey try to run. Oh, never mind. We have 2 Noble Hierarch triggers.
Right, so he's actually
Yeah.
just attacking for 5 here, right? He needs to, in this position. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and
now we're
we
gonna
have
path
the path. Okay, so in this situation, I'm absolutely casting Collected Company in response because, well, I suppose
We
I
let
would
the
need
deck
I would
thing
need to know his deck list, but if you've got, for example, Spellskite there, I'm more than happy to try and dig for the Spellskite, try and trade the Spellskite for the path.
Yeah, well, we also.
I would have to ask him about it after the game.
Absolutely. Man, there's a lot of nuances to these kind of weird toolbox decks I wasn't really aware of until you sat here and just kind of schooled me on it, so I appreciate that. But also, you can just keep on slamming Collected Company seemingly every turn.
Oh, absolutely. And hey, look at that. It's another Kitchen Finks.
It's kind of what we wanted. It does
the
the
Dust
thing.
Watch Recruiter. All right, so our choice has been made for us. Just go ahead and stabilize behind your army of creatures. Hope your opponent never finds their sweeper, and accrue your incidental advantage by activating your Dust Watch Recruiter every single turn.
Multiple times a turn, no less. I think we're up to 3 activations a turn, which is just it just doesn't seem fair. And another Kitchen Finks. I
Okay,
don't
so
like running that out there.
I agree with you. I think that once we see that Dust Watch Recruiter hit the board, I'm not playing any more creatures until I've got a full grip.
So he might have put Steven on a non-sweeper control deck. I don't know where he would derive that information from, but it's entirely possible.
Sure, you haven't seen any yet. We're pretty far into game 2. We haven't seen any sweepers to this point.
Also, I think Steven's dead on the next attack.
I would not be surprised.
He has enough to activate his Colonnade and block, but that's still pushing through 3, 5, 7. We're 1 damage short, I believe.
Unless no spells get played, then Dust Watch Recruiter flips.
Oh, that's true.
All right, so we've got the activation on Dust Watch Recruiter.
Nope.
Oh no, that was the clue. Okay.
Yeah, we only had 2 mana available.
All right, so we need to be flipping that Dust Watch Recruiter here. It seems like he forgot that is a beneficial trigger, so we're not going to have to step in on that one. And it looks like Sin Collector to scope out the hand, seeing Stone Nothing, and so what do you do here? You I never attack with this Dust Watch Recruiter.
Not once. Not with that Colonnade sitting there.
No. Right, so if you're attacking with everything, it's a little bit different, but getting that free block on the Dust Watch Recruiter to deny you some card draw, it's pretty scary.
Well, if he blocks the Dust Watch Recruiter, Steven is still in this. So basically,
Right.
he's opting. He has to block a Kitchen Finks because he's at.
Oh, there's
we
a
have
Ghost
a
Order.
Ghost
Okay.
Order. Okay,
Fair enough.
we're both so good at this game.
Magic's hard.
Okay, so we clearly had the wrong life totals. He had to have been a 10. There's nothing that would make that make sense. I do really like seeing the Nahiri into Emrakul. It's just so much fun. It's just good quality magic, and it's been missing for
without a
far
doubt.
too long.
Now, I have to wonder if Steven actually has 15 mana sources in his deck to be able to hard cast that Emrakul.
I would guess no. But he is a control deck. Control decks typically in Modern play around 24 lands, the blue-based ones. So maybe. Depends on how many fetch lands he's running, I suppose.
All right, so in an attempt to remember his triggers, we have that corrected activation. Oh, he super didn't reveal that unless he...
Did not reveal it. He's about to show it.
Yeah, there it is.
I have a Vizier. Can you concede now?
Yeah, this is sealed up.
It's... Well, what did Steven draw for his turn? I believe we have land... Nope, Snapcaster Mage. That's pretty good.
Hey, nice Bajuka Bug.
That stops some stuff. Oh, that was a Bajuka. Oh, we got to cast our Snapcaster Mage now. Try to do
so
thing.
at this point you have to like
kill a Devoted Druid.
Half the Devoted Druid since you know the Vizier is about to come down.
Yep.
And in that case, the
that was a really, really well-timed Bajuka Bog. Just
no kidding.
Well, it ultimately is not doing anything, right? Like, he's going to get his value off Snapcaster Mage.
Sure, but you're forced to do it now and not, for example, counter the counter the Vizier on its way down.
That's fair. Which ultimately Vizier is what we care about more in this matchup from Casey Rom's seat than the Devoted Druid. I would be surprised if he ran Settle. He is on Hieroglyphic Illumination, which suggests to me that we're casting Hieroglyphic Illumination. No, that can't be the game plan, right? But Hieroglyphic Illumination does suggest to me that he is on the Terminus version, but we haven't actually seen Ops, which are far more common in the Terminus version than, say, even...
He could be playing...
Visions.
Well, I guess he has Serum Visions too, yeah. And I was going to say he could be on like the Chalice on the board lists, but the way his deck is constructed, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
Being able to cycle and get past Chalice even while you're still using your 1 mana is a very compelling reason to be running Hieroglyphic Illumination.
You know, Inspiration was a pretty bad Magic card. Hieroglyphic Illumination, pretty good Magic card.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, that added ability to get out from under that. Also, it's just something that if you play Chalice, you can still cast and draw 2 cards if you hit the late game. Ultimately, why it's typically seen as like your 5th copy of Opt. We're just casting a Path here, though. That has to be, right? He's just trying to see, can I survive this attack? I don't believe the answer will be yes.
Now, I don't actually remember. Did he play a Cryptic Command in this game?
He did not. He had one in his hand and got yoinked by the Sin Prodder.
Okay.
Apoa unhappy with the path.
So I definitely understand the temptation to path the Duskwatch Recruiter here. Since if Casey doesn't actually have a mana sink, he could sit there with infinite mana and do nothing.
This just is a lethal, right? He has to do this because it's lethal no matter what otherwise. And I think he just has to hope and pray it's Terminus.
So the way that he's drawn his cards, it actually leads me to believe he doesn't have Terminus in his deck.
Yeah.
My thought is he was looking for Path Bolt off the draw.
And the handshake, and we have just wrapping it up. Big 2-0 win for Casey Rom. He made some decisions there that are kind of questionable from your seat. So hopefully, we can get him in here. We can talk to him and have a winner's interview, and you can sort of pick his brain, figure out why he made decisions that you wouldn't have made. You are very experienced with the deck, after all. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you learned something. Maybe everyone at home learned something. But at the end of the day, a good game of Magic. Big fan of the blue-white control deck, mainly because how foiled it is. If I'm being completely honest,
it was really pretty.
It was absolutely gorgeous. A few weeks back, we got to go ahead and sort of terrorize Terran Klein for playing with a white-bordered Windswept Teeth, which I still have not got. I know, that does not actually come in a pack. He took white out and just went at it.
I'm like 1 part horrified and 1 part impressed.
Well, so it's about to bounce back even more because he was playing Jeskai Ascendancy combo.
Oh,
so,
good. Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
so it levels out. Even if you're horrified, he's doing that and he doesn't have Treasure Cruise. So it has to
I
be
felt
pretty
terrible, man. I was playing against him a couple weeks ago, and I want to say I was playing Sultai Reclamation, and he just could not get any traction.
I think that we watched that game.
Oh, man.
We definitely watched that game. That is the game I'm talking about.
It was a little bit. I felt bad.
It was.
But watching his deck able to do its thing and turn a bunch of lands into 2/2s, and it's a very, very interesting.
Were they
deck to play.
2/2s or were they like 10/10s by the time the game was over? Just but it's a pretty powerful strategy. We got a lot of spice floating around here along with traditional meta decks. Definitely a lot of control in the meta game right now, at least at our local, and should be pretty thrilling.
So
Weird
it looks like we're
combos.
not going to be getting a winner's interview from this round. However, I'll definitely be poking him later and asking about his deck list. And I love watching the development of these types of decks.
Absolutely. Modern, constantly evolving format. It next to impossible to solve just because of how diverse the card pool is. We saw a resurgence of Dredge come up recently, and it was number 2 in the metagame for a while, and it's just been squashed out of top 3 right now because of just the prevalence of the hate. A lot of really linear strategies that sort of can be hosed by one card are just super powerful, but just get knocked off by people being prepared for them. It's really a really cool thing to see.
It is. It's very interesting. One of the coolest things about Modern is the ability to kind of bring any deck that you want to into the format. And something that I've said for a while is that the top 70 decks in the format are actually just so close in power level that as long as you're familiar with the cards that you're playing and how you approach your sideboard to the various decks in the more popular end of the format, you can bring kind of any pile that you want.
Absolutely. I think I wouldn't go so far as to say the top 70, but if we just look at I'd argue top 20, but still, just such a diverse. The card quality in Modern is just so powerful, but it's also not so powerful in Legacy, where I would agree with the assessment that you could probably bring any pile you're comfortable with to a Legacy tournament and reasonably do well. People have played Pauper Affinity in Legacy tournaments and done to some middling success, but ultimately, it's a comfort format, and while the cards are all powerful, that does help level out sort of the disparity between the power level of decks.
Absolutely.
There's a reason the casters are set up by the window and not in the back room. They are very far away from us. I believe they can only hear me when I get very excited. Elliot went through that a couple weeks ago. We do not shout any sort of strategic advice. It's normally just, you can do that. Very curious times when rules stuff comes up that I should know. But,
you're a judge.
Well, it's mostly I just don't know what the card Pulse of Marasa says.
Look, all I'm saying is it's a format staple, and
Format staple.
absolutely, it's like a one of in 2 decks.
I have a foil if you want to borrow it.
Ooh, absolutely.
Okay, I got you.
Actually, at Caden's jabs at my mana base, I ended up picking up some different islands, make sure they all match.
Okay, first of all, I was the one jabbing at your mana base, but that's fine.
Okay, well, all right.
I think it was actually Caden that time. That was the only time Caden got cutthroat over anybody's mana base. Animate the man land, you goof.
Oh, wow.
Looks like we're straight into the next round.
Very nice.
Last matchup we were being held up on, it was only a 2-game set, which is...
So that's actually, a lot of the times that's how that matchup will go, is it'll go very, very long because the Abzan Company decks tend to have a very difficult time actually closing out if you don't see your 3 and higher power creatures.
Sure.
And the Jeskai side tends to make tons and tons of choices. All right,
who
looks
we're
like
getting.
we're going to be watching 2 decks that I don't know.
I recognize one of these players' names and only one of them, so should be interesting.
Do you have any insight on what these guys are
Haven't
playing
the
this week?
slightest.
Fantastic.
The only thing that I know about one of the players is he has socks tattooed on his ankles.
This is important.
That is important information. If you guys are out there thinking about, hey, I might get my my first tattoo, probably just get some cool looking socks. Yeah,
Absolutely.
They can match or they don't. Your call entirely.
I think it's even better if they don't.
Probably.
All right, so we have chat asking, what cards are we most hyped about from War of the Spark? I'm personally most excited about Liliana's Triumph.
Oh, that card's very powerful.
I think that it's going to be a great addition to the Black-Green X style decks in Modern, and I really enjoy being able to, Thoughtseize people and then randomly 2-for-1 you with my weird 2-mana instant speed Edict.
Yeah, I mean, instant speed Edict already super playable. Like we see it in Modern actively. Very powerful. I think that will certainly have the most impact on sort of these Eternal formats. Personally, for me, every single uncommon Planeswalker, we talked about it at the top of the show, but I have a Peasant Cube and I'm thrilled to just dunk all of them into it. For actual like card play capabilities, probably your new Edict as well as the 6-mana Liliana just seems like it is going to be so good in Standard. Very reminiscent of Elspeth Sun's Champion. Maybe not quite as powerful, not quite as pushed.
Right.
But the ability to draw cards while it's just sitting in play, the new Planeswalker enchantment style effects are just so cool. They have a new dimension, and I really hope we see more of them in the future, but it's going to slot right into Golgari mid-range in Standard or Teamer mid-range. Not Teamer, excuse me, Sultai.
Right.
I think the card's going to be very powerful.
I'll tell you, one of the craziest cards to come out of War so far is the new Teferi, the one that stops your opponents from playing instants. We have a local player who he's been jamming Blue-Red Possibility Storm Control for as long as I've known him. Yep. And man, just Teferi into Possibility Storm hard locks your opponent out of playing any spells for the rest of the game.
Well, can you afford to play 3 colors in this deck?
Absolutely. You just drop Blood Moon.
But it's a Blue Moon deck.
It's
a prison deck.
It is a prison deck, but at the end of the day, you are trying to cast a 0-mana Emrakul. So really, just trying to lock your opponent out of the game until you can do that. Call it a reasonable choice.
I would say it's a 5-mana Emrakul, but
No, not if you're playing the Possibility Storm as a lock piece.
I forgot that.
Right.
We can't afford it, but
Japan's walkers all have different artwork. Ooh, no, I didn't see that. That sounds really neat.
I didn't know all the Planeswalkers had different artwork. I knew that they were giving out special, had Japanese-specific promos, like the Liliana's, the Edict. Why can't I think
Triumph. Yeah.
Liliana's Triumph has special artwork that has like Liliana doing some shenanigans that looks really cool.
That sounds sweet. I remember seeing one that was it looks like we're going to be getting right into the game here.
Is that right?
I don't know.
You have them reversed.
All right. Well, I've got Black Leaf Cliffs and 2 Inquisition here, so that says to me Green Black X. Oh my god, it's
goodness.
Heartless Summoning. Okay.
That's
All right. Green Black Eldrazi.
So, what Heartless Summoning does, for those of you who are not in the know, it's a black and 1 for an enchantment that says creatures that you cast cost 2 generic mana less to cast, if I'm remembering right, and all of your creatures get -1/-1. Am I remembering that correctly there, Elliot?
It's minus. It is. It might even be -2/-2.
-2/-2. But that's fine when we're just playing these haymakers in the form of Eldrazi.
Now, crazy stuff that I saw. This actually appears to be just Mardu Pyromancer. I definitely expected Jund with the way that hand opened, and we're throwing it back about a year. Oh.
What was that?
Was that the Collective? I think it was the Collective.
I believe so. For those of you in the area, come check out Cool Stuff Games Mainland, and if you're interested in some comic books and some more Magic stuff, we got the Collective right down the road from us.
I'll tell you, it's such a nice thing to have access to so many different card shops close by. It definitely lets us kind of draw a huge crowd to these types of events. You don't really see a lot of modern F&Ms going to 5 rounds every week.
Well, we have Matter Reshaper. Thankfully, we had the waste. We did cast a Blood Moon in Joshua's seat, which doesn't feel like what we really wanted to do with how his mana base shaped up versus how his opponents.
I'll be honest.
We cannot cast that cake in that one. Wait.
Let's wait.
Is Blood Moon in play?
It is. At this point, I really don't think that we can step in on that.
Yeah, it's
that
a
is
little
unfortunate.
Am I missing something here? What is this? Blood Moon might just be a known card?
It could be. I don't see a way that it could be, I guess, but, All right.
It's quite confusing.
Yes, absolutely.
If he gets another card into it, then we will definitely flag him down and try to figure out what's going on there.
All right, so it doesn't look like he realizes that the Blood Moon is in play, or
Or it's
just
not in play,
incorrect.
because the fast land came down. I think he threw it out on the table and said, well, this is useless,
Sure,
if I had to take a guess.
that's an Oblivion Sower.
We will know if this Blood Moon is actually in play if he ever taps that Bloodstained Mire
4,
for
5,
mana.
6, 7, 8. Oblivion Sower, is that a 6-drop or an 8-drop?
That's a 6-drop. That card
Okay,
does a thing.
so then Blood Moon must be in play, right? Otherwise, he just couldn't have tapped that way.
Must not be in play, I mean.
If Oblivion Sower costs 6 and he's tapping 2 Eldrazi
Oh, you're right.
Right. I think there it is. Okay, looks like they're realizing that there's some nonsense going on here, and we just got the concession for it.
Okay.
All right. That's unfortunate. Sometimes that's this format does get a little bit difficult. So he realized that he had a Blood Moon in play and had cast a couple of spells incorrectly, paying the mana for it.
I think
and just scooped rather than.
That's fair. So I think that because Joshua was playing as though the Blood Moon wasn't in play, it looks like Belty recognized that it was in play and just didn't really care what his opponent was doing. He was just like, I'm going to win this game. Ultimately, you do want to be cognizant of both players' fields, especially yours. Just scooping him up because we made some mistakes and we're going to learn from them, hopefully. But
That's like 3 of 3 for today.
I know, we had
we've
no
hit
shenanigans
all of the matchups, yeah.
prior to this stream, but we had 2 streams prior to this, and we had like one time where we had to run over and interrupt them. Then this time, we're just going haywire with it.
Right, I would rather make these mistakes at a local level for your more casual Monday night events than when you bring yourself out to a GP and suddenly you're found like casting all your spells into a Blood Moon, and just getting game lost out of the blue.
That's fair. So we could either talk about them sideboarding or about smoke screening. Let's talk about their sideboarding.
Okay.
I have absolutely no idea what Alex Belty's going to bring in. I've never seen Heartless Summonings in Modern, I've never seen Heartless Summonings in Modern.
Okay, so typically decks like this, you're going to actually see a very spell-heavy sideboard, not a very creature-heavy one, because you don't want to lean quite as hard on your, 4 of, I want to say combo piece, but really it's your engine card, right? Sure. So I would expect cards like Collective Brutality, possibly ways to, remove artifacts or enchantments. Sure. Just as a way to kind of clean up the Blood Moon for the matchup.
True.
I might also expect Leyline of the Void coming in, because these Pyromancer decks do tend to play cards like Lingering Souls or Bedlam Reveler that are going to give you a little bit of a reliance on your graveyard.
Absolutely. That is accurate. If we mistap for a spell, it is only a game rule violation, not quite a game loss. But
Sure.
we're just speaking in general terms.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to do something that is an honest mistake, then it's better it happens at regular as opposed to a competitive or even professional.
Well, and realistically, if the player just is consistently casting these into their Blood Moon and they don't quite realize, that warning is going to be getting upgraded.
Absolutely. But looks like we're shuffling up. Now, we talked a little bit about sideboarding. Now let's go and talk about smokescreen. What's your view on smokescreen? Kate and I disagreed on this quite heavily over the last 2 weeks.
So I actually approached Caden about that on Wednesday at Modern, and just to kind of clear some things up.
Did you go back and watch the stream?
I did.
Okay. What'd you think?
I appreciated your guys' commentary. I think that you did a really great job for all of the matchups, really, just kind of being able to talk about what both of the players, were likely thinking about and how the games were playing out.
Well, I feel like it's going very well with you as well, but what were you saying? I apologize.
Sure. So, I play a lot of toolboxy decks.
Sure.
One of the tricks that I picked up reading a Black Green X blog called, I want to say Black Green X, or like mtgtherock.com. Side your entire sideboard in every game. It's not for smoke screening, it's to make sure that you're always bringing the optimal 60 for the matchup. So you start by taking out all the cards that just suck. Right, so if you're playing against Boggles as black-green, you know that you don't want your Fatal Pushes, right? Because they're going to be getting hit by the Hexproof creature. So you take out your Fatal Push, you take out your Lightning Bolts. Okay, well, we still have to take out like 7 more cards. So you kind of figure out which cards don't work, and, they're not playing any artifacts, so you probably don't want your Ancient Grudges. You know, and so you cull all of your bad cards, and you just kind of leave in the stuff that's at its best in the matchup, rather than trying to confuse your opponent by trying to stop them from knowing quite how many cards you bring in.
I'm on level with you. Every time I smoke screen, it's to make sure they don't know that I'm not actually sideboarding.
I can respect that.
Yeah,
Take them all out.
I jam all
I've
15
been
in
there.
upside down and just take them all out again. Every time I smoke screen against somebody, I promise you I'm keeping the initial 60 that I had.
I am a huge fan of that.
Transgress
I am loving that basic forest. That's so pretty.
But transgress the mind?
No, that's not the important part here. We're talking about this.
Okay,
this-
we're not talking about the not Thoughtseize.
Right.
Weird.
Man, being able to take the big stuff, not the small stuff, actually incredibly heads up to bring that type of spell in this matchup, because cards like Bedlam Reveler, of course, are going to be. Oh, and there's the exile.
Ulterior Remembering Exile.
Yep. They're going to be so key to get rid of.
Sure. I would agree with that assessment. So we are currently life total wise at 18
I've got
to
18, 19.
19. And now 18,
And-
17.
Right.
Big swings.
Passing the turn, holding up. I have to assume you're just going to be like bolting the crap out of that Matter Reshaper. And there it is.
Yep. And we're going to get a dude.
Revealing, hey, look at that, it's a land. And there's the token. What kind of, so the real question is what art? And not unexpected, but also quite nice. Going to be attacking for 3 down to 14 here.
More than one art for this? Oh, there's like the one from the coin flip elemental, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I think that those are the ones I initially owned, actually.
And because we're an SCG game night here, we also have all of the lovely 1/1 SCG game night tokens.
Absolutely.
Personally, I'm a fan of Young Burrowmancer as your Pyro tokens.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that is still the playmat I'm using. I
can-
had to stop using it for a while because I play Burn. So kind of a dead giveaway a lot
Absolutely.
of the time. So if I'm ever using it, I'm trying to like play Blue-White Control or something like that. We're swinging in for 3, put him down to
Got him down
13.
I've got him down to 11. And I'm seeing some spirits and probably another elemental if he remembers, but it doesn't look like he has.
That Endbringer's pretty good. I must have missed an attack from me, young peasy.
Man, these big mana decks just they roll all over what the fair decks are doing in this format.
Very powerful. Endbringer's going to wind up stabilizing this board pretty well.
Yeah, it turns out that repeated pings for 1 are like really, really good against 1/1 creatures.
I mean, also untapping every turn. We're killing 2 young Pyromancers on this next turn. I'm not really sure what he was hoping to do. We're just going to ping, right? We don't have to pay mana for that. That's just going to happen.
You just do it. So there's actually a world where I'm hitting the flying spirit tokens here, because, well, sure. that's
Give me your
a land. All right. It's gotta feel so good
And now
when
we're on
the,
top.
oh,
You
there's
got
the
to stop
untap.
on upkeep, right? We should just stop on upkeep and
I
kill
don't
that.
actually think it matters. So I might be holding back the Endbringer attack because I don't actually care about him playing another 1/1, and I'm just more interested in preventing damage.
I suppose I'd agree with that.
You just get an extra blocker.
We're faithless looting right now. At this point, a lot of the times, we just want to get rid of the known. That seems fair. A lot of times, whenever I'm casting any sort of card draw spell after I've been holding my hand up for my opponent, I'm just like, hey, this is your last chance to write some stuff down. I need to pick these up, especially if I'm discarding or putting cards back. Sort of like the Jace Brainstorm. I'm always going to pick all my stuff up.
There it is, just kind of killing the spirit token.
That Marsh Flats needs to go into the other person's grave, and somebody sitting next to him decided to fix it. That's the one and only Xander Prendergast. You can find him at the Collective basically every day.
He used to come out to play some Smash over at CCG on Thursdays, but that has since been moved to the Geek Easy on Tuesdays.
Oh, I didn't know the Geek Easy was doing that. That's awesome.
as of like next week.
It's on Tuesdays?
Yeah.
I'll try to make my way out there for that.
Oh, that was an
very
always
bad
dust.
Smash.
Oh my goodness.
That seems pretty strong.
That should be game.
It's
I don't
gonna be
think
hard
that
to
there's anything
crawl
that
back here.
Joshua can draw here. I mean, he's probably just going to be flashing back like a Faithless Looting or something and hoping to draw a path. But I don't see a world where this
We
shakes out in his favor.
play our land, play our Bedlam Reveler.
Oh, sure. You could just like discard your hand and draw 3.
A little weird we didn't play the land first. Did we just play a land this turn already?
Probably.
That makes sense.
Maybe not. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it seems loose.
This is fine. Everything is fine.
And that lightning bolt is
Alright.
going to make it so he can trade off with something if he just swings.
Sure. You're probably just like forcing the Bedlam Reveler not to be able to attack or block here.
Endbringer can do that?
I think so, right?
I know the card draw.
Hey, there
Yeah,
it is.
that's exactly what it does.
All right, cool. So we're just gonna crunch for 8, or 5. I don't actually know. We're gonna crunch with our
It's a
with our
5/6.
big dumb idiot and just like
I played a lot of blue-eye control back in Battle for Zendikar Standard, or Esper Dragon specifically, back
ooh,
when...
what a sick deck.
Oh, it was so bad when BFZ came out. All of your lands came into play tapped.
Oh.
What? Hello?
Yeah.
That's a Disciple of
That's
Bolas.
a disciple of Bolas.
That gained him some life, drew him some cards. 5 to be specific. And we're back at, yeah, no, we're 23. Something like that. I don't know. Something
Dude,
absurd.
I think that this game is
This game is
over.
just pretty far and away gone. And
Hey,
we
look,
got
it's
Knowledge
Knowledge
Dust. Yeah, why not? Ancient Stirring's perfectly fair and balanced card. Ponder, too good for the format.
Yeah, that's
We still have a Distended Mindbender in hand, and I cannot for the life of me remember what that does.
I want to
That
say it's
him to
it's-
Turox, right?
No, it's you steal something. It's a Thoughtseize and then an Inquisition, or
A Transgress the Mind.
Transgress and then
Okay.
Inquisition. Yeah. All right.
I'm a big fan.
So we've got untapping with a Bedlam Reveler in the face of like a bajillion power in play. Hey, that's a prowess trigger. This is important. All right. Okay, so there's a Dreadbore. That should help a little bit, but your opponent just drew 5 cards, and they're on big mana. Oh, and to terminate. All right. So discarding the 2 cards that aren't removal spells here.
That seems fair. It's a land.
You might just get rid of the Bolt too. It's not going to be doing too much here.
Yeah, it looks like he still has the land in his hand, so I imagine Bolt is thinking him in, but we kind of want to get rid of this mana reshape. What? Hello?
Is this allowed?
Oh, he's...
Okay.
I'm... Ping.
Ping you for 1. All right.
We have 2 prowess triggers, so we'd be swinging for 5 into our opponent
And-
who's at 14.
Right, and then you're like just dead, right? Well, I guess you just never attack because
Some showmanship.
there it is.
And
All right.
swing for game.
That'll be game. Yep, I actually don't think that this is a winnable matchup from the Mardu Pyro side. You know, more than I would say 15% of games.
Well, so it's interesting because Blood Moon feels like it should pull so much weight against Belty
Absolutely.
in the seat.
Absolutely. I think that it's a bit difficult because, you know, looking at the way his deck is constructed, we definitely saw those basic wastes, we saw those basic forests, basic swamps. So he might just be immediately prepared to be playing against these Blood Moon strategies.
Yeah, you have to have the cards available, otherwise you just can't bring it
No
up like
doubt.
this. You know, the Blood Moon prison strategies in Modern are very powerful, or more appropriately, very good at shutting down powerful decks. But, you know, at the end of the day, sometimes you just draw your basic waste in your basic forest. Sometimes you have a Verdant Catacomb to go get the basic forest. And it's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yep. But 2 interesting decks. We haven't seen Mardu Pyromancer in the format
It's been
for
like
quite a while.
year and a half-ish.
Just about.
It's a very, very interesting deck.
Absolutely.
I really like thought seizing people, and it's as good as Lingering Souls is ever. Anytime that Lingering Souls is good, you're going to see decks like Mardu Pyromancer or Abzan.
So we had a local player, Daniel Morondo, back in the
Yes,
day, who
absolutely.
anytime that he talks about Mardu Pyromancer, he would always say, it's the best deck in format, you get to play 4 Bolt, 4 Fatal Push, 4 Path Exile, having no idea you should just not play Path Exile in the deck because you are a Blood Moon deck. But, you know, Mardu control strategies, you get access to so much cheap removal, your Faithful Suiting deck, which is just so powerful. We have realized that they were using Faithful Suiting kind of poorly back then.
It was the
in a
most
meta.
fair way that any deck recently has played Faithful Suiting.
Which is probably not how you want to be playing that card. Fatal Suiting is
so
a
when
really
it turns
broken.
out that it's actually just a draw 4 that domes your opponent for 6, I would say it's at its best.
Yeah, absolutely. Dredge kind of epitomizes where that card's good. Or, you know, you just got to dump some 4/4s for 0 mana into play if you play enough of them. So why not?
Or random 3/2s that just kind of keep coming back.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's just a little
Absolutely.
good. But hello. Looks like Crammy Lad, or Mark Daly as he's more commonly known, has joined the chat. If you guys are also into Pokemon, check him out. He streams here every Thursday at 6:30 p.m. I believe on this channel or on his own. Either way, I'm sure that he's hosting them, whatever channel is hosting the other one. But Pokemon streams are at 6:30 every single week at twitch.tv/CrammyLad. Hey, hugs and kisses, bud. That having been said, are we getting a winner's interview here, Mike?
Eldrazi.
Eldrazi, so it's that gentleman right there in the orange shirt. Who is Apoa? You said you knew this guy, right?
Yeah, that's Matt Boland.
I recognize him.
Yes.
All right, excellent. I'm actually going to let you step in and take this interview.
Absolutely. All right. It'll be a delight. We'll go ahead and do we just want to stay alive for this? Or? Okay. So he's coming over right now to go and talk to us for a couple minutes. Desperately trying to get a Propel bottle open. A little difficult there, but we'll be seeing some Heartless summoning action over here. How you doing, Belty?
Living the dream.
Living the dream.
Where do I clip this? I want everybody to see my Cleveland Browns thing.
Unfortunate. Oh. Nothing.
Make sure you talk about the possible inclusion.
Collective?
No, make sure you talk about the possible inclusion of Wasteland Strike.
Possible inclusion of Wasteland.
We talked about plan 4 on the side.
All right, so I guess tell me about your deck. I mean, we already have something to talk about I don't really know about.
So, I don't like to play conventional decks. And I love the card Heartless Summoning when it came out. I played it a whole bunch, the Havengul Lich Perilous Mirror combo. And yeah, I've had 4 ever since then, waiting.
Oh no.
Waiting in the wings.
And this deck rolls around and just big dumb guys. They're really good if you get to cast them for less.
Well, as you've seen, I won both games without even casting the card.
That is true. So, how many Disciple of Bolas are you playing? One. And it just came down and just draws 5, gains 5? It gains
Draws
5.
Right? It most of the time it draws 5. A lot of the bigger things are 5. Sometimes it draws 4 if there's a summoning in play, and it just dies itself immediately.
Sure.
But just gaining some life, drawing some cards, because the deck can run out of cards very fast.
Okay, that makes sense. If your spells all cost 2 less, typically it's really easy to burn through your whole hand and sort of lose out on a bit of advantage there, but just get them all back.
I don't think we saw it. I am playing 3 Ravenous Chupacabra. I boarded it out in this matchup. For the first 3 turns of the game, I thought he was playing Jund, and then he played a Sacred Fountain, and I was like, oh.
That's fair.
So I had no idea. And then he played a Blood Moon. Thank God I had that waste.
Yep. Although we thought he actually threw down the Blood Moon because you played the Waste and was just like, this is useless, because he was just casting cards into it with
Pretty
his own
much.
lands.
Yeah, we realized afterwards that I know Josh from a long time ago, and we realized afterwards they actually cast the Kolaghan's command without actually having black mana to kill my thing. But it's okay, because then it ramped me into whatever else I played.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Yeah, ultimately deciding wasn't really worth backing up in that as the rules.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it. I was just pumped that I had my Waste in play, and that's all that mattered to me. He could cast whatever he wanted.
Absolutely. So you just decided on the strategy based solely off of getting to play with your favorite card?
I played this deck a couple months ago at Xander's store. It was a little different. I think it was Abzan, because I played Displacer. I played white only for Displacer, and I think I played Rest in Peace and Stony Silence in the sideboard. I didn't have relics. I have 4 relics in the main deck now. And
just some great Dredge hate with format where it's sort of ran rampant.
A little bit. It draws a card in the bad matchups. It's decent against Control, decent against Phoenix, good against Dredge. Random kitchen thinks, whatever. I don't know if people play here that much because I don't come that often, but so I decided just to make it black-green to not lose to Blood Moon, because I know Phoenix has 8 Blood Moons in the sideboard.
Roughly.
And basically. And so I was like black-green, add in a Waste. The only basics is 1 Waste, 2 Forest, 1 Swamp.
Sure.
and 4 fetches, 1 overgrown tomb, but it's not that bad, really. A lot of the good things, like Oblivion Sower, you can even hardcast Ascended Mindbender. Those just all cost whatever, so if somebody does Blood Moon you can Sower them and maybe get some of their lands and cast some stuff with it, but
Fair enough.
it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can tell. It also seems like it can just run over some pretty good decks in the format.
It's like, it's kind of a really bad Tron deck, but it's kind of like an aggressive Tron deck.
Okay.
Whereas Tron's not too aggressive, they wait, they dumb you down a little bit, and then they get at you. This, you're kind of trying to get your lands and stuff together, ramp with Heartless Summoning, but you're being a little bit more aggressive.
You're just trying to put them on the back foot early, whereas we were actually discussing earlier the nature of Tron and what kind of deck it is, and we kind of agreed on control, so this is like the aggressive Tron.
Oh, sorry. Boring.
Huh?
I said boring.
Boring?
Tron.
Tron is apparently boring. You did not hear it here first.
You heard it here first.
I believe that they've
First
heard it
person
other
to say
places, but you heard Belty's take on it here.
You can put my name next to it.
That's fair enough, fair enough. Is there anything else you'd like to say about your deck, though, before we cut them loose?
You can
until
build
the
it.
next round?
It's fun. Cavernous Souls are expensive. Other than that, the deck is very cheap, I think. Yeah, it's very cheap.
Yeah, most of them are. It's like Thought Seers, I think, are like probably the next most expensive thing is like
Yeah, $10.
$12. Like
Verdant Catacombs.
Oh, those
but
are-
well, not really any, I guess. I guess you do need Verdants, but you could probably just play like green fetches and maybe be okay. But Verdants, Cavernous Souls. The deck's what?
Yeah.
$400 maybe.
And if your opponent plays the Blood Moon, you have to play with just the green fetches. You kick them under the table.
Well,
Do not hurt your opponents. Don't do that.
If they play a Blood Moon, you need to find a basic forest as quickly as possible. That way you can just World Breaker it away and not care and go on about your life.
That's totally fair. All right, well, World
Awesome.
Breaker on Blood Moon, pretty good. You heard it here first.
There you go. There's another first.
Another
Pen me in
first.
on that one.
All right. We will be coming back to you in about 25 minutes with round number 4. So we will see you then.
time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Like heaven, 'cause we don't let the bad vibes get in, we don't let them win. Testify to the strength of a true bond, flying high over the heads of a rude mob, staying by the revolution of the whole clock, kill 'em all with love. Hey, hey, I don't care if they're talking about us. No, I don't care if they put us down. No, I don't care if the sky falls around us. We're riding on a pink cloud. is love. I don't care if they're talking about us. No, I don't care if they put us down. No, I don't care if the sky falls around us. We're riding on a pink cloud. Oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. I don't care, we're riding on a pink cloud. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. We're riding on a pink cloud. I don't care if they're talking about us. No, I don't care if they put us down. No, I don't care if the sky falls around us. We're riding on a pink cloud. Oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. I don't care, we're riding on a pink cloud. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. No, I don't care if the sky falls around us. We're riding on a pink cloud. Oh, oh. Break it down. I go to sleep, open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. I see your face.
Yep,
Hell
absolutely.
yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to round number 4 of Maitland's Monday Modern.
That's the one. That's
the
where we
one.
are. That's where this is life right now. We have a very exciting matchup for you. It's going to be 2 Blood Moon decks playing against each other. Neither of them are very likely to cast Blood Moon into the other.
Yep, that it does seem like that's a losing proposition. You just kind of cast it if you want. If it's the only thing in your hand, you probably run it out, unless you're David Hauser, because he plays one of Faithless Looting.
Oh, does he really?
He plays exactly, and also he plays Is It Charm?
I know he plays as a charm,
Yep.
right? So actually, Blood Moon very key in the matchup. It's a free discard.
It is a free discard. That is a card that you literally get to bin and not care at all. But the specifics of the matchup we have going on, David Hauser, you know him, you love him, Possibility Storm combo, control deck with a combo finish, basically Splinter Twin. And on the other side, we have Naya Panza featuring...
The good old-fashioned 3-color Blood Moon decks. You know, exactly the ones you expect to see.
But he's also rocking some Fiery Justice.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I
So
always
we're
forget the card
like
thing.
Naya Control.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Control Prison featuring a really spicy combo in and of itself with Madcap Experiment into Platinum Imperium. For those of you at home, Madcap Experiment is a 4-mana instant or sorcery? Sorcery, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's a sorcery.
Yeah, I feel like it's sorcery. If it's an instant, that card's
surely
too
you're not
good.
just sneaking in an 8/8.
Sure,
Right.
but you get to reveal the top card of your library until you hit an artifact. That artifact comes into play, and you lose, or you take 1 damage for each card revealed up until that point. Platinum Imperium is an 8/8 that says your life total can't change. That is in play by the time the effect's done, so your life total stays completely the same, and you have an 8/8 for 4 mana. That's pretty good.
It's not bad.
It does a thing. But we're hopefully going to be getting to them shortly. They're currently shuffling up, and we'll be underway shortly. But David Hauser, he's been playing his version of Blue Moon for so long, just
Absolutely.
forever. His deck is beautifully foiled out, and that's a sign that you love the deck you're playing, or you own a really nice cube. But his opponent, he's been rocking a similar strategy to the one he's been playing for the last couple months that I've been seeing here, and this is apparently his first time trying out the Platinum Imperium tech. So it should be thrilling.
He seemed really excited about it. I was talking to him about it before the event, and he said he was really looking forward to not having his life total change.
That's fair. So we're shuffling up. We are looking at opening 7s, and we're off to the races with a Scalding Tarn, say go, and we draw. To answer your question, Apoa, I just saw the new art for the Planeswalkers for the first time, and I'm a big fan. I just saw it actually right in between these rounds. The Liliana especially just looks absurdly good. Life totals are now 19 to 20, going from the left to the right of our screen.
And we have an Arbor Elf coming down. Now in these style of decks, you tend to play a couple of different 1-mana accelerants. Obviously, you just want to play the Arbor Elf first, because you want to make sure that gets you get to untap with that, no longer summoning sick, before you start to play out your other accelerants. So you can do stuff like, I don't know, turn to a Bloodbraid Elf.
Absolutely.
Obviously not in this deck particularly.
So,
but
an interesting interaction. I don't think we're going to see it come up. Actually, that's not true. I looked through Harrison's list. He plays 2 Chandra Torch and Defiance. One terrible thing about Arbor Elf, as it pertains to specifically Chandra Torch and Defiance, if this comes up, if you plus a Chandra and you exile the card and you want to cast it, you cannot activate Arbor Elf to generate that mana.
That's
you can
correct.
only activate mana abilities. Harrison's been playing this deck for a while, so hopefully he knows that interaction. But he might get got. We are fetch shocking on David Hauser's side, going to 17, so 19, 17 respectively. We're flame slashing that elf. The proverbial bolt the bird, as they say. but we are stuck on one. He says that's fine. You get to play your land.
We're good. We got to land here.
I was curious. I was pretty sure I saw a non-foil card in David Hauser's hand, which means exactly Scalding Tarn.
All right, so we do have another Arbor Elf coming down, taking 2, going to 17 for a Utopia Sprawl on the basic forest.
I'm a big fan of this interaction. Oh, we have a Johnny Vengeance in hand as well.
Hey, that's kind of good.
That is a good Magic
I
Gathering
wonder if
card.
they're going to know what color that is for us.
I'm assuming red.
But I sure heard him name white earlier today.
Sure.
He's got the Temple Garden in play, so we wouldn't necessarily expect that. But
Well, if he casts as a Johnny Vengeance, we're gonna work under these.
Yeah.
That said, he does have a Blood Moon in his hand, so he needs red to cast it, but
I sure hope David doesn't get.
he does not have this on the radar.
He has the Platinum Empyrean in hand too.
Well, he's playing 3 Madcap and 2 Platinum.
All right.
Specifically for this contingency. Really wish he drew a island there instead of that mountain. It's gonna look really bad in the face.
Well, he could just have his Is It Charm or something, and,
Sure.
and
He
have
has
that
a Logic
clean
Knot
answer.
in hand, so
Okay,
we're
sure.
fine. We are doing more than treading water here, I suppose.
We got 5 mana here.
We're tapping for 4 mana, and we are playing a Arlen. Oh, that's a
I
torch.
sure thought it was going to be Arlen too. What on earth is that? A
Get
Jaya?
that out. That is a Chandra Torch of Defiance. That is the
Is that
San
like
Diego Comic-Con.
SDCC? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Really beautiful card.
So we've got X equals 1. What
X
are we
is
exiling?
currently going to be 2. He's just trying to figure out how much he wants to exile.
I wonder if he had Simian Spirit Guide on the mind. 3. Okay, so he did.
Commendable. Play around everything.
All right, so we have the Zoetic Caverns coming down.
big,
For those of
big,
you
big,
at home
big
who
fan.
don't know what Zoetic Caverns does, it sure is a land that has Morph.
Very important in David's deck, actually. You can only really play 1 copy of the Endless One, which is ultimately how he combos off. What he is going to wind up doing is, or his game plan is to cast a Possibility Storm and then cast an Endless One for 0, spill over his deck until he finally hits Big Mama Emrakul. Zoetic Cavern does the same thing, it just costs 3 mana, but you cannot afford to play more than 1 copy of Endless One, because if you do, then you run the risk of hitting an Endless One, as opposed to your Emrakul.
And so if the Endless One has to come down earlier in the game, because, I don't know, your opponent played a 4/4, so you need a 5/5 to block with, you're going to have a bit of a tough time actually getting that Emrakul down if you don't have another way to cast a creature spell.
Absolutely.
End of turn gifts ungiven. All right, so knowing David, we're going to see something along the lines of Batterskull, Jace, Possibility Storm.
So it's just so interesting how Gifts Ungiven in Storm makes just a lot of sense.
Right.
There's a lot of time. But David's gifts are typically just value gifts.
Yes, every single time.
Yeah, you want to bin certain cards, I guess, but it's strange.
Yeah,
But
I've
it's gonna
sat
be win
across the
conditions.
table from David enough times to know where he usually likes to go with these types of piles. And so the goal is to effectively never give your opponent a real choice, right? You always want to end up with a win condition and then have your worst card that you pick still be a good card.
So the ideal Gifts Ungiven is realistically Unburial Rites and some
Hellish Norn. Yeah,
Hellish
absolutely. Short of that, being guaranteed to get a 4-mana Haymaker, it's not bad.
That's not bad. Yeah. So we're looking at Possibility Storm, Jace the Mind Sculptor, Batterskull. Is it Charm? Is that an Is it Charm?
I know I saw him yank one. I wouldn't be surprised if he also grabbed Anger.
Kozilek's Return.
So yeah, okay, there we go.
What do you want to give me?
Right, you're guaranteed to get a win condition here, and then you ask your opponent the question: do you want to give me a second win condition, or do you want me to wipe your board? In this situation, from Harrison's end, I don't think I want to give the second win condition. I actually think that I'm very interested in giving Is It Charm Kozilek's Return.
I think it's just going to be this Jace. Kozilek's Return wipes his board.
Well, he keeps his wolf, right? Or is it a 2/2 wolf?
It's a 2/2.
Ah, okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Arlen Court has never seen play in a competitive format.
I'm really glad that he just drew that Possibility Storm. I think that's a big get for him.
Absolutely. We got a reader.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you know Arlen Court off the top of your head?
Court.
Actually, we're looking for Arlen Embraced by the Moon.
There it is. I had no idea what the back of that card was called. But what do you mean? I have actually played with that card in a tournament. So I played Jund Monsters because I was trying to relive my Pelucranos days. There she is. It's a pretty good
All
Magic
right.
the Gathering card. We also got our Flooded Strand, which is certainly going to find basic island, help mitigate the damage that might be caused by this Blood Moon.
I think he's probably just going to sit on this. I can't, like, unless he's fetching for Serum Visions here, but I think there's a lot of merit to holding up, like, maybe there's not.
Well, so the real misplay here is actually one of deck building on David's side. He's using what appears to be a Return to Ravnica foil land, and that just doesn't make sense.
Have you not seen those? They're quite nice.
They're pretty great, but
I think that everybody should just be playing Venice Islands, but
I think that Invasion foils.
those are quite nice.
So the problem is they are definitely marked cards.
Do they curl that badly?
No, it's not that they curl; they're just thick. I was playing in I was playing in an Esper control in a tournament.
Okay.
I plussed my Narset Transcendent, touched the top card of my library, and was just like, "Oh, I know what that is," and then had to call the judge on myself, and was just like, "I did a thing. I didn't realize it." And what was bad? It was in round 3 before I ever realized it, and I just touched it and was just like, "That's definitely like one of my swamps because those are the only ones that are invasion foils." But, swapped them out after the game was over, and we continued on our merry way.
So we have, I believe, 17-15 here in Harrison's main phase. And I think I saw him... So we're sitting on that Ajani, and we are certainly able to cast it. The question is, do you cast the... no, not cast. Do you attack the... Hello?
We plus the Arlen, which gave our team +1/+1.
Everything makes sense again.
Yep. So we're getting in for 4, generating 4,
So there's the
5, and we didn't need... Oh, we needed the white.
We needed the white.
Card.
Okay, so this, of course, confirming that the Utopia Sprawl is, in fact, on red.
Oh, we actually knew that because the Arlen cord.
I thought he tapped the birds for that.
And the Chandra. What?
I thought he tapped the birds for that.
He might have. No, he cast the birds. The same
All right,
turn.
sweet. So Harrison's dead.
And here we go. Can I have an Emrakul, please?
So I saw him bottom it before off of
So am I going?
a scry, but he did your shuffle. So we get to sit here and look at the glare caused by David's incredibly foily deck.
Absolutely. There's a Blood Moon. He says, "Hey, we're both playing a really cool card."
Hey, there's an Emrakul. And big props to David for playing the objective. Oh my God! And he gets the
And we're
word
casting. Yep. That is why he plays that over Anger of the Gods. We talked to him a couple weeks back, and it's just very powerful.
I remember him being on Sweltering Suns for a while because he was very interested in the ability to cycle in other matchups.
He
but
still has a copy in his deck.
Oh sure,
It's
that
a bunch
makes
of
sense,
fun
right?
ups. He's a gifts on given deck.
Right, exactly. And you want to be able to gift and so you would need 3 of the effect to effectively gift and be guaranteed 1.
Correct.
But being able to gift for K return and then expect to cast it again later, that's a big deal.
Absolutely. So, David swings with his 15/15 Eldritch Abomination, and they call it a day. He gets to read a Johnny Vengeant, which...
It pluses to freeze a land, minuses to Lightning Helix, and ultimates to one-sided Armageddon.
I don't think it's just a land.
Oh, so it's a permanent, you're right.
Yeah, and
a
Johnny Vengeant. So the thing is, if Harrison gets attacked by Emrakul, and
survives
it,
sure.
a Johnny Vengeant abruptly makes it so that Emrakul never does the thing again because Emrakul has protection from colored spells. That's it. So a Johnny Vengeant, while in play, is a colored permanent, not a colored spell. It gets to do its thing. Yep, target permanent. That having been said, that's still a losing game, right? That's a losing proposition.
I mean, maybe, right? So you could just end up plussing a Johnny a bunch of times and then Armageddon your opponent.
And then you're in the same spot as each other because they Emrakul'd you.
If you're sitting there behind a Johnny and you're just plussing for a bunch of turns, I kind of love that position, to be honest.
And then David just bolts you twice.
Well, stop that.
Actually, David doesn't play Lightning Bolt, if I'm remembering. I think he has them in the sideboard.
Suddenly forgets that Is It Charm only targets creatures.
Yeah.
Goes to the dome.
He just sends it up top. So, interesting.
Oh my God, those are boils.
Oh, buddy, I'm a big fan of Boyle. And he's also, using the right art. They're white bordered.
They have to be.
They have to be. So it's the mentality with Blood Moon, Choke, and Boyle. Right. You are doing something filthy to your opponent. You're doing something that should never happen in the game of Magic the Gathering, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
Card design's not the same as it once was. So you are doing something terrible to them. You better have white bordered cards while you're doing it. You're just like, look at my nasty thing.
Absolutely agreed. I think that it's really important. It sends the message that, I know that what I'm doing is wrong. but I care about aesthetics.
Absolutely, absolutely. I like that they both had to read each other's cards here. Possibility Storm from David and Johnny Vengeance from Harrison.
So I wonder if there's a world where like Harrison. Oh, did I see an engineered explosives in there? I'll be really upset for him if that's the case.
From Harrison?
Yeah, I think I may have seen him just board in the E. I really hope I'm wrong.
What are we even hoping to hit with that? That's fair. So we can do it for 5.
Yes, you sure
Yeah,
can.
so we can do it for 5.
And get some proliferate in there. Eventually, you can blow up an Everpool.
Well, no, we do it for 5 and we blow up Possibility Storm.
That matters. That definitely matters. I think that it's not unlikely from Harrison's position to expect that David may bring in some earlier creatures, like, well, I guess not necessarily creatures, but effects that create creatures to kind of apply early pressure.
Sure. He also saw Vidalcan Shackles out of David's deck while he was flipping through everything. Maybe that's a consideration, but we actually are, well, we have our Knights, Knight of Autumn, but those are going to primarily be blowing up your Possibility Storms if given the chance. Yeah,
so, well, generally,
he
right,
just feels weak.
David doesn't really want to be playing Possibility Storm without backup.
I agree. It is a card that can snowball advantage both ways. Specifically, David's deck is geared towards. We have 1 creature and a Zoetic Cavern, or we have 2 creatures and a Zoetic Cavern. We are just trying to go straight to Emrakul, win the game, GG, well played. However, Harrison, if we just play Possibility Storm, say go, Harrison is actually going to be able to cast, something like
an Arbor Elf into a Tireless Tracker.
Yeah, or I guess he's not playing Prime Time, which is unfortunate. But
well, no, but he could be playing.
He is playing Inferno Titan.
Inferno Titan, right?
Yes,
Exactly.
He plays it as a 1-of. I like when I actually get to look through people's. Oh, we got a Boil in the opener.
Right, so we're snap keeping this 1-lander, right?
Well, it is in fact a 1-lander. You don't get Boil in your hand and draw more lands. Like, you're just not allowed to.
He did have the Utopia Sprawl, so he did have access to 2 mana on turn 2. Drawing a land puts him only inches away from actually casting any of his spells.
Sure.
So basically the hand is perfect. There's no flaws.
Absolutely. And David's content with his 7.
Sitting and drumming.
Yep.
I'm seeing a Cascade Bluffs.
I'm seeing Academy Rune. I think there's also an island in there.
Hey, neat.
Harrison did board out his Blood Moons. Interesting to see if David did the same. I imagine that he did.
Oh, I'm sure.
It'd be,
was that an endless one as well in the opener?
Maybe. If we.
Oh, and a Zoetic Cavern.
So
he's just got like
everything. So what are the odds if you're in David's seat? Right?
That's so good.
If you're in David's seat,
right?
Do you keep 5 lands? Possibility Storm, Endless One.
In this matchup, no, I don't think so.
Not fast enough.
I think that there's definitely, if we're talking game 2 on the play, or rather game 2 on the draw, I might.
We're at 18.
This Cascade Bluffs is gonna, I think, pull a lot of weight in this matchup, given that we're.
Get it out of here.
All right.
First we bolt the bird, now we bolt the dude.
Wow, and he's just got like so many non-island sources. Transmuting a Teleria West. So what 0 mana? We're searching for Endless One. All right, he's just got like combo in hand.
Yeah.
So I expect to just like see a Windmill Slam Boil kill your exactly 1 land here.
Yep, that should be fine.
I actually think that's
good enough.
Going to be quite good.
It's a 4 mana Stone Rain. We can get a little bit greedier and try to go for more, and that's what we're gonna. Well, a Johnny Vengeance is also fine.
A Johnny freezing the
Cascade Bluffs.
I think that I'm freezing the Steam Vents here.
Why would we?
Because then he's forced to have another blue or red source to actually have access to any kind of mana.
You got 18. We have Vidalcan Shackles, but that's fine. We're about to blow up all your islands.
We're 18-16, right?
I have 18-18.
Did he shock a second time?
He
must have, because he played the tracker on curve, right?
Yeah, he played Dapland, Tapland, Shockland, then Basic Mountain. So he played.
So he should be at 16?
No, he's at 18.
Tapland, Basic, and then played a 3-drop, 4-drop on curve.
Yeah, but his first 2 turns were Shocklands that were tapped.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. All right. So we sure got boiled there.
Yep, we got boiled. That
David
feels
David
bad.
not feeling too happy
Don't
about
untap
Vidalcan
that
Shackles text expressing want for islands.
Absolutely. To answer your question there, Sky Dragon Ace, players have a tendency to shuffle their hand. So there's a couple different reasons to do this. So Caden and I actually argued about it a few weeks back, if you want to go watch that VOD. But we, there's a nervous tick. People do it as a matter of habit. Also, there is some sort of like belief, like psychologically, that if you see fleeting images of a problem you're working with, then it helps you organize your thoughts to better approach that situation. That is not why people do it, but it's how I validate the fact that I do it.
I think there's some amount of it that also stems from players wanting to confuse the card that they drew for this turn.
Sure.
With what the order in which you draw your cards.
That's an Endbringer. We just cast an Endbringer. No biggie. So this is my 4/4 dragon.
That's a Glorybringer.
Excuse me, Glorybringer. Endbringer is harder, is much better, but not on this board. So.
Yeah. All right. So we're just like doming you for 4. And
we're just. So
hey, look
18,
at that.
14.
It's my favorite cube card.
18-13. Favorite cube card is Glorybringer?
Oh yeah, just like being able to play like big dumb red stuff that 2-for-1s you. I don't know. I think that the cards like that, people will tend to pass over in cube. Those strategies actually end up being very, very powerful. Like green red ramp in Legacy Cube, for example. I think that they're typically exactly where I want to be.
It's coming. We're 2 turns off, just 1 more plus and then an ult. This feels real bad in David's seat. Also staring down a 4/4. Yeah. We are at 9 on David's side, 18 on Harrison's side. Now doubling up on David's life total, kind of like lapping him.
Do we ever stream Commander? That's a great question.
We do not stream Commander, unfortunately. Not something that we've really looked into. If you'd like us to, go ahead and let us know, and we will go. I'll go ahead and talk to the guy who's in charge of our streams and see what we can do. So there's actually really cool interaction in play right now. I think that we just actually flipped over it. One of the sides of our island, I cannot recall which, has an ability that gives a creature vigilance. So you can actually Glorybringer, give it vigilance.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And then just keep
exerting
it. Just flame slash something every turn. Oh, and this isn't. This is a concession. I was about to say, David, you madman.
To the surprise of nobody, David is in fact conceding to a 2-turn lethal after being Armageddoned.
Honestly, he could have fought through it. If Harrison stopped casting spells, forgot to attack.
If a very, very small meteor actually just like flew through the ceiling and just clipped his ear.
Yeah.
Right. So his head starts to buzz. He just forgets what's going on. And
sure, absolutely. He gets a phone call and he's told that, hey, your child is being born. Can you please come to the hospital? He's probably going to go and concede to David in that situation. Yeah. You sit and okay. I'm gonna take my win and then I'll go watch the birth of my child.
You're right. You tell the doctor to give the phone to your wife, and you tell her to hold on. Just wait.
Just can you hold it in,
like
honey, please?
15 more minutes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we'll look at some Commander stuff in the future, and for you, Apoa, we'll go ahead and make sure the title of the stream for that day specifically says Commander, so you know to stay away.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, well, we don't know if the child will still be, on its way. It might just be there.
I thought you were going in a much darker direction with that, I'll be honest.
No. We're a family stream.
We are a family stream here.
But
so, shuffling up for game 3.
David's on the play? Got a
I
favorite.
believe I saw David flip through his sideboard again. I wonder if he's reconsidering his choices. I might expect Pithing Needle or Sorcerer's Spyglass type effects to be coming in. If he's got
3 really good Planeswalkers in Harrison's deck in the form of Chandra Torch
I would even be happy
Defiance.
just hitting Arbor Elf.
And Arbor Elf.
Did you know Arbor Elf's not a mana ability?
I did. So it targets first and foremost. It also doesn't actually generate mana. Both very relevant. I don't think it meets any of the criteria to be a mana ability, but
wait, but it's on a 1-mana green creature. That's like those
You're
are all
right.
mana abilities.
Spore Frog.
That's a mana ability.
That is definitely a mana ability. But we're drawing. David has lands this time. That's kind of nice. But does he have anything else?
I don't know if he wants to
There's a
play those
Seer
out
Vision.
because sometimes you just get Armageddon.
Yeah, he got boiled last time. Honestly, that island seems loose. He probably wishes it was a Sulphur Falls.
All right. So philosophical question: Serum Visions, draw, scry, Serum Visions, any other card. Do you keep that Serum Visions on top?
Wait, hold on. Hit me with that one more time.
Turn 1, Serum Visions. Draw your card. Scry Serum Visions blank.
So we're definitely
We're bottoming the blank.
We're bottoming the blank.
Do you keep Serum Visions on top?
So Kate and I argued about this. It is entirely matchup dependent. It depends on what's in my hand.
Turn 1 on the play blind.
It depends on what's in my hand. So basically, like, if I'm not doing anything,
It was a
next turn-
multitude. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm definitely keeping the Serum Visions. That's more card selection. So basically, the problem with the scenario is just if I'm not doing anything on turn 2, yeah, I'd like to stack top of my deck a little bit more. Sure. I'm drawing that card anyways. I may as well get to know even two cards deeper. But short of that, it gets a little bit hazy.
Okay. So
in your
how
opinion.
about in what situations would you be bottoming the Serum Visions?
If I have a counterspell I want to hold up on turn 2, basically if I have a plan for my next couple turns, which is to say if I have a good hand, I'm probably going to bottom it. It's just I don't want it to get just lodged in my hand and I can never get it out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, we have a Tireless Tracker in play now.
All right, we have 3 for 3 islands. Opponent going to 4 mana this turn. If you're David, I don't think you're ever tapping out here.
Yeah,
because you sure got boiled last game.
Boil is a Magic the Gathering card, and now you're about to get Madcap experimented. I don't know, proper terminology there.
What's that?
I don't know how to use. Well, no, that is a verb. It's Madcap experimented.
He's getting experimented on.
Yeah, he's about to get got if he doesn't have a counterspell. David is tanking hard.
He might be really curious to hear about Cool Stuff's announcements. He could just be sitting and very politely be listening to Cool Stuff's announcements.
That is fair. We are currently doing some closing announcements. We close here at 11 p.m. on Mondays. So, if you are okay, big shout out to Joe Etienne, who's getting very animated on the mic right now, making sure people are aware of our store hours. Come on, David, you know better.
But don't worry.
Oh, he says go. He thought hard
David
about it.
very aware of the fact that he sure could just like lose to an 8th edition card in Modern.
Not a great feeling. That's a clue. Maybe we get another. Do we want it? I think we want it.
So we've for sure got the Reb. And I think the card that I saw in his deck before was the Madcap Experiment because the yellow on the guy's hand I thought was the yellow from like the EE from Darksteel.
That would make sense.
Or from Fifth Dawn.
Sure, that would make sense.
So very happy for Harrison's heads-up deck building and not giving himself a 50-50 to lose the game.
Oh no! All right, so we are going down to 17 on Harrison's side to the 19 that is on David Hauser's side, and we are at 2 clues.
And I think that if you're in Harrison's position, you're like very happy to just gem this Madcap Experiment because you've already got a clock on board and you're generating some card advantage through these clues. So I don't actually think you're too worried, even if the spell does get countered. I wonder if there's not a world. Well, not right now, but I wonder if there was a world where you just played out the second tracker this turn.
It's interesting. So like you get to bury him in card advantage, but David's deck can just kill you on turn 5. Like we don't have any stone.
You're never
rings.
really answering that anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, Madcap Experiment does a really good job at killing him before then.
Sure, but you play the Madcap Experiment here. You go to his turn 4. David like holds up Cryptic Command or something. And he takes 8, then untaps on turn 5 and kills you.
You're right. I don't think David plays Cryptic Command.
I know he used to. I don't know if he still does.
I think that he doesn't, but I could be wrong.
All right, so we do have an Arlen Cord instead of the Madcap Experiment here. Eating the negate. Okay, so David drawing for turn. He's got the Storm and the Zoetic Caverns in hand, so if he really needed to, he could just go for the 50-50 here. Right, so in the situation where he doesn't have the Endless One out of his deck just yet, he's always just got a 50% chance to hit his Emrakul and just dome his opponent for 15.
Absolutely.
So we have a land from David and then a tank. Presumably, he has a Harvest Pyre in hand.
Yep.
Okay, so the question is, do you Harvest Pyre the Tireless Tracker, or do you sit on the Gifts Ungiven and gifts for example, 3 different lands?
So,
or like land, Endless One.
There's no way we die next turn, right?
Right. I don't actually think you care about pyring the the dude here.
So it gets. So one of the biggest things with Possibility Storm into Emrakul, we get to keep the Emrakul. It chills. Like that's never leaving. So getting to sort of churn through your deck, get the 8/8. It's still probably one of the things that you like. You're not gonna take damage that turn, but you are inevitably going to have to get rid of it.
Okay, so we are seeing the Madcap experiment happen.
Be the first card every
Hey,
time.
Look at that, like a professional. You know what? Even if that was the EE, he would have been just fine there.
But didn't take any damage. You're right. Or would it have been one? I don't remember how
I
this
think
card's
it's.
worded.
I don't know, man.
We swing 4.
I don't play Madcap experiment. I don't own Platinum Periods.
That seems like a problem you could fix because you're here at Cool Stuff Games in Maitland.
They
the
do
central.
sell singles, board games, and sealed product here, don't they?
Yeah, and we got all of Cool Stuff Inc.'s card single inventory. So if you're interested in picking up some Platinum Empyreans, go ahead, head on over to CoolStuffInc.com, check us out. It's a pretty cool spot. Or come to 8550 South US Highway 1792 out in Maitland, Florida.
Okay.
32751.
Right. There's okay. So
not the
I
right
think there's a
zip
difference
code.
between a plug and like order us pizza.
That's true. You could order us pizza. If you order us pizza, I'll appreciate it greatly. But don't feel obligated to. We do prefer Papa John's here. All right, what are we getting for these gifts? He
All
already
right.
has the Jace up.
So
we're bouncing that Empyrean. Get it out of here.
Right. In David's position here, I might actually just be going for like, land, endless one gifts or something, and just like set yourself up to be in a position where you're always playing the Possibility Storm next turn, and know that the endless one is out of your. So if they give you the endless one, you just Emrakul in that turn. If they don't give you the endless one, then you just already have it out of your deck for your Zoetic Caverns.
Fair enough. Big shout out to Mogura57, my friend Joe. Thank you for that comment. I'm not going to repeat it because we were a family-friendly stream. And I don't know who time to. I cannot say that.
I do not think that you can say that
But
name on stream.
welcome
But
to the
we
stream.
sure do have other viewers here, and they are lovely individuals who are
absolutely
being very participatory.
Oh, welcome to the stream, Matty D. Good to see you, man. We did hang out sometime soon, but
let's see this gifts pile.
These gifts piles coming in hot.
It does look like he's leaving the endless one in the deck, though.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
that doesn't seem to me like he's trying to just turbo out this storm.
Well, so the thing is, you only have one copy of Endless One. You also have Zoetic Cavern. We already have Zoetic Cavern in hand, I think.
That's why I'm saying, like, I wonder if you don't just like take the endless one out of the deck, right? So if they don't
You
give it to you,
need to, yeah, you're right, you're right. Otherwise, it's 50-50. So
There it is, okay.
we're plopping it right out. So
So I'm not seeing any lands
he's
here.
not giving us this Possibility Storm called shot.
And so actually having the Zoetic Caverns in hand means that getting the endless one is just better.
Yes, it is
Right,
absolutely
because you can just
insane.
like play your land and just get him.
Yep. So my knee jerk is we're getting this Jace and we're getting this Flame Slash. I don't want to give him either of his combo pieces if I'm in Harrison's seat here.
I would be inclined to agree with you.
Flame Slash, we agree so far. Give him.
Does he know about the storm yet? Because I'm pretty sure David has 2 in hand, right?
He has no idea the contents of his hand. Oh, Harrison.
Don't
He's
do that.
rethinking. He's rethinking.
Favorite card out of the new set. So I think that I'm somewhere between Liliana's Triumph out of the new set and is it Davriel?
Davriel, yeah,
the Black Walker.
yeah.
Who just like does not want to be there, so he's just like, I don't know, man. Discard some cards. I'm gonna get out.
I'm personally a big fan of.
All right, so the endless one is out of the deck. And he did draw the other land, so we're probably just playing a storm and passing her.
And hoping that it's good.
Yeah, so I think that. Right, the downside to this play is that if Harrison has oops into enchantment removal, you just effectively spent 5 mana to do nothing. So sure, I don't hate the idea of just flame slashing and oh my god, just killing
there
the
it
crap out of that thing. All right, I'm just gonna kill it.
I thought you had to discard
4,
cards
5,
on
6,
exile.
7, 8. No, it's
That's-
exile 8 cards, deal 8.
Says, can that please leave my battlefield?
I would like you
Thanks,
to.
bye.
Well, so he sure just drew another Madcap experiment, but
but I think he
definitely has his other Platinum Empyrean in hand. So I don't know quite how excited I would be in that position here.
That feels pretty
So-
bad. But we're about to get 2 more clues. That's pretty
yeah,
good.
I guess we're just gonna draw some cards. I don't know, man. Seems all right.
Historically, that's pretty good against control decks.
I've been told.
All right, so we have 16 over on Harrison's side and 15 on David's side.
Yep, I'm seeing the same.
And we're probably just going to jam this possibility storm. We're not. So it is weird, right? Can we afford to wait till hit our 8th land drop to do it all at once? We're also running the risk of drawing Emrakul during all of that, in which case we'd have to then loot it away because he only plays 1.
Right.
And
Does he? I thought he played 2.
he cut the second one.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
But I remember that he was doing that for a while. All right. Is that a Trinisphere?
That is a Trinisphere.
All right. I don't
That interacts pretty
don't
great with.
hate Trinisphere.
So like possibility storm though, you cast it and then like you're
Right.
casting it for free, so you have to pay 3.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and so actually playing the Storm into the Trinisphere is just insane.
Yep.
Right. Because now Harrison just like can't cast any spells for free, so he has to pay full price plus.
Yep.
For all of his spells. And I do think that that's a fairly important thing to be seeing here.
Sure, but he is also the one who's about to have a giant tireless tracker in play. He can pop.
Details.
I mean, he's about to pop all but one of these clues. He's gonna have plenty of cards, and now every one of his Arbor Elves is just gonna be a haymaker.
Sure, but they're all
possibly.
3-mana Arbor Elves that cost an additional 3 to, right?
Oh, you're right. I
That's
didn't think
why
about
I'm
that.
saying
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
you're
actually
right,
think
you're
this is a
right,
very
you're
safe play. So you're going to take some damage here, but you're untapping from David's end with 6 mana, and you're just going, all right, play my Zoetic Caverns, pay 3 for my Emrakul, getcha.
We need to get another land on David. Nope, we have
No,
6
we
in
have
play.
6.
Oh my
We have 6.
goodness. Oh
Yeah,
my
he's
goodness.
actually in a very incredible position right now. All right, so we're cracking, going to that magic number 15.
Yep. So we're gonna have to leave back a flying blocker if we want to do it.
Or put a Platinum Empyrean into play and not sacrifice it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know if he's got a creature.
We don't quite have enough. Oh no, we have Platinum Empyrean in our hand already.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm saying
So-
we're getting Emrakul coming down next turn. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
If he didn't have the Trinisphere and he had an Arbor Elf, he could just like go into a he's dead, is I think what I'm saying.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
All right, taking 7 down to 8.
There's not a lot of times where you
Down to
swing
7.
For 7, you've drawn like 6 cards off of your really cool green creature in the last turn, and you're just gonna lose the game.
See, but that's the problem. You drew too many cards. That's the issue with these decks, is they just like draw too many cards against control and then they die.
That's true. I mean, dying with 6 cards in your hand is still dying. Really unfortunate.
Such is the way of things. He should have just like boiled.
Honestly, I think he would have killed for a boil.
So to
certainly
be
would have killed
perfectly
David.
honest, I do think that's what he was trying to draw towards.
Absolutely.
And I think it was a little bit unfortunate for Harrison to not quite see what he needed, but he did play his disruptive elements.
I would like to
and-
cast a morph.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you this Zoetic Cavern
Hey,
just
look
to
at
make
that.
sure you know I'm telling the truth.
Yep.
I was really hoping David could return the favor and have it be the first card. Just
That
like,
would've been so
it
fun.
would have been so good.
All right. David casting a 6-mana Emrakul, which is significantly more expensive than his Emrakuls tend to be.
Yeah, they're typically a big 0, but that's fine. We're doing a thing.
David getting all ready to go to his next turn. All right, and we've got that good old-fashioned attack for 15, guess you're dead.
It is kind of actually 0 mana because you get to take an extra turn just to untap all of your lands anyways.
Yeah,
it's,
I understand.
It's-ish.
Oh, who's... Hello?
Josh,
Oh,
that's over.
Mumby.
Big Mumby, excuse me. I get them too
All right,
confused. They're the same person.
Our other resident play big things in my blue control deck guy.
Correct.
Taking a look at the objectively sweetest deck in the room.
Absolutely. Wait, so actually, no, he's at 15.
Yeah, he's a 15. He's
You're
just dead. He shouldn't have cracked that fetch. I'm not saying that he would have come back from this, but cracking the fetch, I think, was a pretty strong misplay.
He was ambitious.
So what are you digging towards, right?
Well, so I think his mentality
Unless our life totals are wrong here, in which
it's
case...
entirely possible, in which case we're on David Hauser's side sitting here and blocking. There's not a lot of times you get to see Emrakul do a big block.
Well,
Because we
I
sacrifice
mean-
everything that isn't named tireless tracker and
Right,
attack.
and then you just win. So we've got a Kozilek's return, and so I suppose there's a world where you, like, cast K return, try and get into, some other, like, Harvest Pyre or something. But I don't think that's a realistic scenario.
Doesn't feel like it.
I'm pretty sure he's got a Batter Skull in hand too, right? So
We have to have life totals incorrect. There's no way that he's not just throwing this Emrakul right at his face. Unless Harrison's the one that's pausing. Although Harrison's leg is bouncing up and down.
yeah, he
which-
looks like he's ready to go to lunch, dinner.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. It's always lunchtime.
I'm so confused. David hunched over the table thinking.
About to make him eat his lunch.
Where did we mess up life totals?
I think
He had to have gained
somewhere
life.
around round 1. So now I wonder if he's just not gonna, play the K return and let's sit here and think.
Let's give it a go.
Hey, it's a bolt. All right, I'm gonna bolt
Target
you.
you, and now
And
it's
then
lethal.
We kill you. All right, GG's.
All right. Good. GG, well played. I love you.
I hate when you post that in Siege.
Oh, I say that every single online game I play at the end of the game. Got to make sure they know the field of love. David Hauser eking out a win there. Hitting lightning bolt. It's super confusing that he. I think they missed a fetch somewhere along the lines. Not us.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm pretty sure that we had those right.
Yeah, we've been vigilant.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
so that
David
was
wins.
that was game 3, right? We just finished that up.
Yep, that was
Okay.
game 3.
All
David
right.
Hauser took it
So-
with a lightning bolt off the top and an Emrakul already in play, which doesn't normally
Right.
That's not a
It's
normal
usually the other
combination
way.
of cards
Absolutely.
that you play, but that's a win. Yeah, David Hauser. I don't think he's no, he lost once on stream. Never mind.
He wants to
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if we can chat with the man, the myth, the legend.
Fair enough. If he's
David
available,
Hauser
would you
with-
like to take over on
you
that?
got
interview?
it.
Okay. But until he comes by, 2 Blood Moon strategies really battling for supremacy there, both with a cool combo in them. Ultimately, 0 mana Emrakul versus 4 mana 8/8. I'm gonna take the Emrakul 9 times out of
The
10.
Emrakul doesn't deal any damage to you. You just don't sack the 8/8. Just have 13 permanents in play, right?
Oh, so okay.
You can just eat the attacks and 8 him to death.
So we actually only need 12 because we're gonna play our land drop the next turn.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah,
I see.
because we're not
we
drawing
really-
anything
We
good.
really only need 7 and then just a bunch of clues.
Yeah. Ooh, yes. Well, so we in chat we had it brought up. It's whenever you sacrifice a clue, not whenever you sacrifice it to
Right.
pay a cost. So
Yes.
we can go ahead and sacrifice all of them, beef up our own tireless tracker, and just and kill some people, and that'd be kind of spicy, kind of hot. But 2 Blood Moon strategies, very different takes. One's just trying to ramp out Blood Moon, the other one's just sort of playing it. Happens to be in their deck. Ultimately, just playing a blue control deck with an Eldritch Abomination that comes in, eats their board and their life total. But we're getting the interview. Awesome. So we're gonna have David come over here in just a second. But yeah.
Very excited to hear David's thoughts on the matchup. He's expressed some very interesting opinions to me about how his matchups tend to look. We were talking last week about his approach to the burn matchup. He boards in Leyline of Sanctities. And, so he said he's actually willing to mulligan to 2 and find Leyline of Sanctity land.
I feel like, as a person who's played a lot of burn myself, if my opponent mulligans to 2 but starts the game, every game, with 1 card Leyline of Sanctity, I'm favored 100% of the time.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so I think that might be a misplay, but he's played the deck more than I have. But we'll see. You're fine. We got 8 minutes. He can take his time. He can come over here. If anybody in chat has any questions about the spicy take on Possibility Storm, for example, why aren't you playing this really cool Teferi?
Or why aren't you playing Walking Ballista?
Oh, but
which is, I think, my favorite question.
Yes.
I used to see.
Well, you can't.
What? David's the only one. Yes.
So you can't because you play
Exactly.
artifacts.
Right. And you really don't want to cascade into
It feel real
engineered
bad.
explosives.
It'd be not great. So one of the biggest things though with what was I saying? Oh my goodness, we lost track of our thoughts because here comes Mr. Hauser. I'm gonna go ahead and take my little lapel mic off if I can find the bit. I'm so sorry for your eardrums viewership.
Don't worry, I muted you.
Oh, excellent. I'm muted. I love you guys. Kiss, kiss, mwah. Sorry, I was trying to talk into...
Oh, okay, I see how it is.
Yeah, I love you too. You're going to be going in on the inside. I'm so sorry.
I know. Here, I'm even gonna do this for you.
Yoink that.
I'm gonna do this.
Almost like a little bit.
Your name's gonna be Jordan Hickson.
All right, my name is Jordan Hickson now. Nice to meet you. All right, and we have our winner from the most recent round here, David Hauser, piloting a blue-red possibility storm deck to a 2-1 finish. David, tell me a little bit about your deck.
You know what it is.
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, it's just like a blue moon. Yeah, it's just a blue moon combo deck. Like, the combo's actually not that crazy. Like, I'm honestly surprised. Like, people are like, wow, that's such a crazy deck. I'm like, not really. It's like Is It Breach, but more interesting in my opinion. The advantage is that my deck can take proper advantage of gifts I'm given, and I have less dead cards in the main deck, because like Emrakul and Through the Breach are pretty much dead unless they're with each other in Is It Breach, and I have Tellari West as combo pieces, and Endless One in a pinch is actually like a playable creature, you know?
So now, without access to Blood Moon, does your deck actually have enough mana sources to cast Emrakul?
Yes, because it's 25 lands minus 7 fetches, so 18.
Okay, sure.
That's also rare. I don't think I've cast Emrakul without Blood Moon out, to be honest.
Sure. So tell me about the matchup. How do you feel against the
deck I was playing?
The deck you were playing against.
I have no idea.
That's totally fair.
He boiled me game 2. Typically, like those matchups are decent, like the Tooth and Nail, like big mana Arbor Elf decks. They're typically like okay, but I have to draw counter spells because like usually removal is like very temporary. Like if you kill their Arbor Elf, sure you like buy a turn, but like they're slamming just like such big threats. I need to counter them like Chandra and whatnot. Game 1 was tight. Like I misplayed my. I don't know why I didn't fetch end of turn 1, so that wasted 2 life because I was flame slashing anyways. Like even if he's on Ponza, like holding up fetches. It only works to an extent. Like you have to hold them all up, and there's no way I'm doing that with an Arbor Elf on the field.
Sure.
So that was a mistake, but super tight. I managed to last long enough. I cast gifts. I'm pretty sure I picked correctly there. It was a tough one to figure out. Because he had a board.
We did discuss that game.
He had a
gift.
scary board state where I had to consider that, and I had Emrakul in my hand, so I had to. Jason is a terminal pretty much a given. There's the other 2 that I had to figure out.
I was really surprised you went for the Izzatron, actually. I think I like that a lot.
Because of the Emrakul.
Right. Yeah. I had been expecting Jace Batterskull Storm gifts.
So Batterskull, I thought about it, but I just don't think it gets there. Like,
sure.
I think he just overruns me, honestly. Because he had Arlen Cord, and he had another Planeswalker out, right? I'm trying to remember the board state.
I think that game it was just the Arlen Cord.
It was just
but
Arlen
he
Cord?
had like a bunch of dudes.
Yeah,
The following game he ended up with Arlen and a Johnny Vengeant. Oh my
God. I was also like, I didn't know what he was on, so like I was
Right.
scared of what was to come. So like I was thinking, all right, Batterskull probably doesn't get here. It might buy me like a turn or 2, but I'm trying to win.
Now, what was your approach to sideboarding for the matchup?
I took Bloodmoon out. Like, Bloodmoon's like okay against him. Like he plays a lot of mana, but like he's just always gonna get the forest for like his sprawls and whatnot.
Sure.
So the odds of Bloodmoon like crushing him are super low. And I boarded in. Well, I think I flashed it to you guys. You didn't see. I think
must have missed it.
Yeah, I boarded out Giga Drows, both Blood Moons, and I brought in Chandra, Negate, and a Flame Slash. I just wanted more ways to kill Arbor Elf on turn 1. It seems like a big deal.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That was it. And then game 3, I think. Did I change anything for game 3? I don't think I changed it game 3.
No, you went back, you kind of consulted your board, shuffled back up.
Yeah.
All right, so for anybody at home who's interested in playing this type of deck, do you have any gameplay advice, any like patterns that you tend to find yourself in, or?
My exact list? Or just possibilities?
Just Storm in general.
I mean, one of the toughest decisions to make with the deck is when to play Tellari West as your land drop. I would say just lean towards not playing as your land drop. Like it's really tough to miss a land drop, but like if you're on turn like 4 and you're debating like making your 4th land drop versus playing transmuting Tellari West.
Sure.
In my experience, transmuting for Tellari West is correct, like at least 6% of the time, something like that. Also, Why are you playing this deck?
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. I have yet to encounter the mirror match, although I theorize
shocked.
that it's miserable. Absolutely miserable.
They play Storm, you will let it resolve.
I would win if I'm playing Giga Draws and they're not.
Oh,
so
sure,
that sounds
absolutely.
sweet for me. Yeah.
All right, well, any final thoughts before we go ahead and move on to the next round here?
Better lucky than good.
All right, we will see you guys at the beginning of next round.
Thanks, Elliot.
Whatever is calling, baby, you know I'll turn around. 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 Push the tempo. Push the I'll go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I'll turn around. Baby, you know I'll turn around. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. 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 Baby, you know I turn. Push the tempo. Push the push the I'll go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
Hello and welcome back.
We're here with round 5 of Monday Modern at Cool Stuff Maitland. Words are hard.
It's a tongue twister.
Oh, yeah.
Try saying that 84 times fast.
No.
Not you, them.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Yeah, they don't know how hard it is. But we should have what can only be described as like a fast-paced, exhilarating matchup.
Oh, yeah, a drag race. Absolutely.
Drag race, absolutely. No one cares about what the other person's going to be doing, really.
Well, I think the turn ones are going to matter a lot. I think that...
No. I mean, you can't do anything about what they're doing.
Well, so, right, we got Hollow One and Arclight Phoenix being played to right here. And I think that one of the biggest deciding cards in this matchup is actually going to be Burning Inquiry.
Absolutely.
Right, so...
Draw 3, throw 3.
Fortunately, both players actually know what they're playing against because these guys, they know what's up.
Late rounds of a local, really hard not to know what every person you could possibly play.
And these guys are both, you know, they're in our chat, so they are very aware of what the other is playing. So I think that we're going to see something along the lines of Burning Inquiry. Okay, I'm going to discard a Phoenix.
Yeah,
Suddenly life becomes very easy.
You discard the cards at random.
Oh yeah, you sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's going to get, like, he's going to high roll. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Why not?
All right, looks like our players are just beginning to shuffle up for their game. Very excited to see how they sideboard to approach this matchup. I'm expecting I'm expecting this to be a garbage fire game too, to be perfectly honest.
This is just going to be, whoever goes first is going to be highly favored.
Absolutely.
And you really kind of have to hope that Burning Inquiry is unfortunate for your opponent, right? Like,
yep,
just
absolutely.
Get rid of their other Burning Inquiries.
Oh my God, he's got triple Hollow One.
Okay. That can be fun.
So, that's triple Hollow One with a Faithless Looting. So I have to wonder if you don't just like hope to rip a Street Wraith or something and not play the Faithless Looting turn 1.
We'll see. Oh, we got 2020.
Oh, what a blessing.
Champion.
I want the chat to know that I'm putting away my life pad because I trust in these players' abilities to keep track of life totals.
As it turns out, we were dead wrong at the end of last round in terms of ending life totals. It's real hard. We thought they shocked in one extra land, so our Naya player was actually at 17, not 15, which meant he was not just dead. That's a foil Monastery Swift Spear. It's getting in the red zone.
Yeah, Alex has been on this deck for a good little while, and it always impresses me how cleanly he pilots what seems like it should be a reasonably simple deck.
That's not. That's.
Yeah,
Nope,
no,
that
that's
is
right.
his life
That's
total.
right.
Yep.
Swift Spear did not attack Alex.
Yep. Swift Spear could not attack Alex.
I don't know, man. Yeah, you clearly have not played enough Unstable.
You're right. I
Steal
have not.
target player's combat, active treason your dude.
Oh.
Oh, that's not the camera. Don't face it that way. Face it towards the camera.
Yeah, what are you doing, guy?
Come on, Matt.
He's showing. I don't actually know.
Oh, he's showing it to Mumby.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So we have the Goblin Lore.
Viewing party over there.
We have the Goblin Lore.
2, 3.
That's 4.
I missed one.
This is fine.
That's fine. 4. Sorry.
All right.
We got caught
So
up.
now the goal is for him to discard 3 hollow ones and scoop.
That is actually what happened. So the thing is, if he does not discard any hollow ones, he's gonna have 12 power in play just out of nowhere. He's like, so this is my favorite method of doing it. We don't roll dice. We just say, you pick your fate. And also, one hollow
no,
one.
he discarded a hollow one. This is so
No.
unfortunate.
And now we have a Flame Wake Phoenix in the yard.
All right, Alex taking things very philosophically. I actually would have expected him to be much more upset about that.
Playing Island.
That's a mountain.
I'm not a big fan of this choice of basic mountain, if I'm being completely honest.
I don't know what set those are.
Full arts or don't play any.
That's
hard disagree.
Hard disagree on the
Hard
call
disagree.
from our
Okay.
production, who said full arts or don't play any. Honestly, there's enough decks that don't play any basics.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're fine.
I think that you're supposed to be playing Mount Fuji, personally.
Fuji?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen the Mount Fuji mountain?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
I'm a big fan. I'm currently playing Grand Prix promos in Burn for my mountains. I'm playing all unhinged swamps in Mono Black Devotion, which cost me a pretty penny.
I believe it.
And
Wow, oh my god, does he attack here? Well, so
he
Matt,
has
like,
Manamorphose
never
and a
blocks.
Lightning Bolt. He's double Lightning Bolt? Is that what I'm seeing there? Yeah, why not? Just real quick,
So,
9
okay,
you.
so
Pay to 9.
6,
pang, boom.
7. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice 3-turn clock, my guy. All right, so we have a Faithless Looting. It's going to be discarding, presumably, 1 or more Phoenixes. Hey, look at that.
Probably
It's
gonna be 2
1 or more
Phoenixes.
Phoenixes.
Yeah. Get those out of
all right,
here.
let's play a land. Let's go to 8.
And now we have our
We're-
2-turn clock on.
Yeah, that sure is 12 damage. So if I'm Matt, I'm actually going to be holding back with one of the hollow ones here.
That seems entirely fair. We just want to trade off with the Swift Spear. The Manamorphose is going to complicate things in terms of math. Maybe Alex can actually eat it in combat, but even then, like, you're still swinging.
Right,
Well,
you're in
no, if
such
we
a
swing everything,
tough
we
position.
have lethal.
So the Phoenix.
No, he's at
have
20.
to
I
attack.
keep on getting life totals
Yep.
backwards. Man, this is how we have messed up.
Right. Okay. I think this is the correct attack here.
I agree.
Because you really just don't want to be, randomly dead in Matt's position to, a sneeze.
Is that a fork bolt?
That is a fork bolt.
I'm a big fan of
so
fork bolt.
we've got Manamorphose, forked bolt, and a bunch of unknowns.
Start off with Manamorphose?
All right.
I really don't think that we wanted to do that until combat.
Oh, I disagree. I think that he's digging for ways to just dump Phoenixes into the yard.
Okay, and then we can hopefully present lethal to the
Right.
air. We did draw a Phoenix off of that Manamorphose. Now we're Faithless Looting. We have 1 red left floating. Get rid of a mountain and a Phoenix.
And so then you get to bolt his guy and fork bolt his guy. Or you just kill him. I suppose that works too.
Yeah, and you're dead.
Wow, nice double hollow one start.
Yeah, get got, my guy.
Huh.
Yeah, well, you said Alex has been on this deck for a while.
Yeah.
He did a thing.
It shows, right? I don't think a lot of players have the patience to just hold on to that Manamorphose when it represents free damage for mana you're going to be using anyway. And he wouldn't have actually been able to play out that turn the way that he did without it.
I agree.
So I think that, once again, very heads-up plays from Alex. I think that he has a lot of experience on this deck, and it shows.
Yep. Sometimes not casting a spell is better than casting a spell. Who knew?
I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable.
It does make it's not great. Well, yeah. Although Alex also winning not only the match but using purple sleeves, which as we all know is objectively the correct play. Purple color royalty. You heard it here first. First.
All right, so sideboarding in this matchup, I have to expect that Alex boards in. I think I saw Tormod's Crypts. Those seem important in the matchup. Yep. They don't really turn off a lot of stuff, but stopping Gurmag Anglers and Phoenixes matters.
Yep.
I expect to see maybe like Searing Blazes or something if he's got them, or Searing Bloods.
Sure.
Some way to just deal with the Phoenixes on their way down.
I agree. Tormod's Crypt, really good, because it just, 1 mana 5/5s and 0 mana 3/2 flyers.
Right.
Traditionally are not cards that get printed into Magic the Gathering. So when they are, it's good to have an
Seems
answer
right
to
to
it.
play them. Yeah.
But it's also, totally a free pump for his Swift Spear, which is absolutely why he's bringing it in. The other reason is just tertiary. You just really want to pay 0 mana to make it so your guy's a 2/3.
Right, for one turn. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's better than Goblin Guide on turn 1 if you have Tormod's Crypt.
I can't argue with that logic.
Yeah, that is sound logic there. But in all seriousness, very powerful card in this matchup. Going to do a thing and probably help him win the game.
I have to assume that you pull out the Fork Bolt in the matchup.
They just don't do anything.
Right, even though the direct damage is important, and being able to split up damage between your opponent's face and their hollow one to kill it with a bolt or something,
sure,
that matters. But surely the rest of your cards are just higher impact.
Absolutely.
And it's not like Matt is playing a bunch of Birds of Paradise or something that you really benefit from playing these damage spreading cards.
Yep. All right. Well, Matthew. So who was on the play that game? It was Alex.
That
right?
was Alex on the play. So far we do have the person on the play taking the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt take it game 2. Because again, these decks are very fast. We're really not expecting the game to go to turn 4, turn 5.
Also has a Burning Inquiry we were talking about. So
yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if he says Burning Inquiry and Alex is able to, high roll into discarding 3 Phoenixes and then just kill Matt on turn 2.
Yep.
Frankly, I'd be thrilled to see it, but
Alex is not on a mulligan yet. We're still shuffling, right?
I believe this is a mulligan.
Okay. Unfortunate. Never lucky.
Right, just can't. And all credit to the people who created this Hollow One deck, because it's a fascinating deck and it's very, very interesting. But I personally hate the card design for all of these random discard effects.
It does not feel great on either side of the table. You either do exactly what you want to do, and your opponent's just like, well, you paid 2 mana to kill me, or 1 mana, or you pay 1 or 2 mana and you have lost the game a lot of the time. That's obviously not 100% the case, but it does feel like a weird spot for card design, and I would be inclined to agree. We still have, that looks like a no-lander, but we have Fork Bolt still in the deck, which is kind of curious.
It's possible that he didn't quite have enough cards to bring in and just couldn't cut all of his copies.
That's fair. We had a land, I lied.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I just saw it.
All right, so we've got a fetch. Presumably we've got a Burning Inquiry. Alex almost certainly going to draw triple Phoenix. And effectively...
I'm sorry, I believe that he's going to be leading off on the Flame Bladed Up.
Oh, did he have a one? Okay.
I believe so.
I thought that was a bolt.
Yep,
that's absolutely a Flame Bladed Up. Right, you're definitely just going to be playing that on turn 1, which actually very likely means that this Burning Inquiry may just not get cast until turn 3 or turn 4.
Sure.
Because I believe I saw a Goblin Lore in his hand as well.
And we can now turn this this Fork Bolt into a dead Adept, which is kind of nice.
Absolutely, and I think that's particularly important.
Soul Scar Mage? Okay.
All right, sure. Soulscar Mage actually pulls some serious weight in this matchup, because being able to bolt your opponent's Hollow One and just turn it into a non-threat, I think is very, very important.
Absolutely. So, Tormod's Crypt. So I was joking around about the Prowess trigger before. how do we feel about Tormod's Crypt coming down this turn instead of a turn where he could conceivably attack with it? Obviously there are benefits to both sides, but ultimately this play is going to protect him and help insulate him against something along the lines of, a Gurmag Angler. No, actually, with the discard, it doesn't even do that.
So I think that if I'm in Alex's position and I'm worried about my opponent playing a Tassiger or something, I would actually be popping the... Well, since he didn't crack the fetch, it's a moot point.
Yep. All's okay.
But I believe that if Matt were to have cracked the fetch, fetch shock or something, and just found his land, and then cast this Burning Inquiry, if I'm in Alex's position, I'm probably just cracking the Tormod's Crypt to exile, 3 cards, and hope to stop my opponent from playing an early Delve threat.
So there's also considerations for things like Flame Lake Phoenix, which is definitely getting binned here, and I'm right, Flame Lake Phoenix in the bin.
There's never a doubt,
Yeah. But this fetch land's ultimately going
gone.
to... Oh, I like this. Just 1,
we have,
2.
All right, absolutely.
All
right,
none
of those are Phoenixes. I'm going to have to be on Alex a little bit about this. I think it might have been a pretty big misplay to not discard the Phoenixes.
Yeah, it's a little curious. He had a perfect opportunity there to really snowball some advantage and just elected not to.
Okay, so, and again, in this position, if I'm Alex, I'm stopping him before he's able to finish this fetch and just blow up that graveyard.
Sure.
Because I think that it's really important to just, there's a Flame Wake Phoenix in there, you just want to get that gone. I think that
you have the opportunity before combat, right?
But if
we're about to Gurmag Angler.
Right,
so.
Exactly. So being able to stop the Delve play, I think, is very important.
And here comes Tassiger. Not Gurmag Angler, Tassiger this time around. But yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. That fetch land gave you a perfect opportunity to really hose what he's doing this turn, and instead we were not afforded that opportunity this time.
Yep.
Really
Sometimes that's the way it
play
goes.
from Alex. But you live and you learn.
Right. Fortunately. Oh, hey, look. There's
why didn't
you? You
where
should
was
have just.
that? Yeah, come on, bud. Just draw it better.
Look, all I'm saying is Magic is really easy when the stars align, and you just
I'm not sure how I feel about this one foil mountain.
So when Alex played this in Tampa, he actually asked me about this. Do you think it's okay for me to play the one foil? I said to him, I would recommend against.
Sure.
So I like this attack a lot because being able to put 3 -1 counters on the Tassiger if it blocks, I think is going to be a really great way to remove an otherwise very, very difficult to remove threat.
I completely agree. If he says no blocks, then we still
Then this is just fine, right?
Yeah. Then we got it. We
if he says
some braid.
Right, if he says no
opposed to lightning
blocks, then you probably are going to end up bolting the Tassiger during Matt's main phase to turn off Ferocious for the Phoenix.
Sure.
Or something like that.
So I think we're at no blocks right now, and we're trying to figure out if we want to bolt. And Alex, curiously, casting a braid.
So I guess you have braid the Flame Blade Adept or something because you already have the Crypt. You don't actually care too much about him getting the Phoenix back.
Oh, that's fair. The Tormod's Crypt just chilling off on the side. We get through for 2. Way to 16. Or excuse me, 14. And we're off to the races yet again.
So I saw some number of surgical extractions in Matt's hand, and I think that it might be beneficial for Matt to not view this matchup as one where you really, really need these surgicals. If you have 4 on the board, maybe I'm only bringing in 2, because at the end of the day, this is a burn deck that you're playing against, not really like Blue-Red Phoenix.
Yeah, I would agree. There's considerations for just having free spells to go ahead and fuel your. Well, he's not actually playing.
That's exactly
the Phoenix. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You get to actually pay black mana for yours, which most don't. He's electing not to here.
And I think that's actually just fine.
You just want to know what's in the hand as well. Really helps inform some plays.
Right, in this very aggressive matchup, I think that there's a lot of importance to, knowing what your opponent is, knowing what you need to play around.
Gotcha. That was Alex telling his opponent, "Hey, I only have 2 of those," and Matt saying, "I know, I just want to take a peek."
I've drilled into these guys that this is actually the correct way to resolve a surgical extraction. the player who searches through the deck, the player who casts Surgical Extraction, really shouldn't be the one to shuffle it first. Because what's going to happen is they shuffle, they present it to the player who owns the deck. That player is going to shuffle, represent it to the player who casts Surgical Extraction, who's then going to shuffle. We can actually just eliminate a full step there by just passing the deck back to the person whose deck it is. And allowing them to get that shuffle. That's a really big Metamorphose there.
What's happening with this Tassiger here?
I believe it attacked.
Oh yeah, he's just playing with it though. So it's 12 all. Life total is about to be a little bit lower. I think Alex has 6 damage in hand, along with a buff to his mage by...
Spike you. I'll respond Fatal
Push.
Why on earth did he... I don't think there was any reason to run out that push there. That gives Alex the opportunity to shrink the Tassiger, which I think he is going to take.
Yeah.
I think I would have much preferred... Well, I guess thinking about it, you're preventing 3 damage to yourself by doing that, right? Because you incentivize your opponent to put the -1 counters on there. So I actually don't know which one of those is better. That's a very interesting point.
Attack for 1.
Attack for 1.
Oh, not quite, bud.
That's not how numbers work.
You're at 11.
There it is.
There it is. 11-9. He's also at 9. I think having a little Tassiger versus and being at 11 at 9 as opposed to dead.
Yeah. So we're just going to attack with the Swift Spear here. Put your opponent down to 8. Correct. And man, we're in a battle of inches here all of a sudden. So cycling and end step.
Not something you often see. That's a fetch land, which is a little unfortunate, just because it'll hurt him. But we have the Black Leaf Cliffs. I really like blocking there, not attacking.
Well, so he's got another Tassiger, right?
Oh,
so
I did not know that.
Right. You're just kind of going to get rid of the small one, and then you've got this very, very strong blocker. And notably, his following turn is going to be, he's going to be able to not activate Tassiger. Because even though he is on 4 mana, he doesn't have either blue or green mana in this deck, which is definitely something that I was about to make a poor call on.
Mm-hmm. So we have Metamorphose, we have Red Floating, we have Faithless Looting, Arclight Phoenix, and one other card in his hand.
Surely that's not like a Rixmati Reveler or something, right? I don't think that's what I saw.
No idea what a Rixmati Reveler is. What?
Oh, it's a card from the new set.
Okay.
Spectacle or something.
Interesting. So maybe we bin the Swift Spear.
Every time I see Phoenix from this angle, it looks like Through the Breach.
Is that right?
All right, so he has 1 mana floating.
Yep. So we're going to be able to bolt and bring back this Phoenix.
So he doesn't know that Matt has another surgical, right?
That is correct.
So I think that it's correct to be discarding the Phoenix, but I think that you're also I'm probably leaning towards discarding the Swift Spear here. Because I think at this point you're just trying to find bolts to go ahead and close out this game. So you've cast 3 spells. That's going to be a 4/5 Swift Spear. I might have just... there's a surgical.
Yeah, it says get those out of here. You also get a peek at your hand, which is another Swift Spear.
And man, just double Swift Spear and not much else does not match up very well against.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ultimately, these guys, if he elects to attack, are just going to stooge off of each other because they're both 4/5s.
Right, and at that point,
you just don't.
The question becomes, what does having a tapped creature matter in this matchup? And I think the answer is no. So you're probably just going to elect not to attack.
I agree.
Now, the very interesting question is the following turn, right? When Matt presumably just plays a land and passes, is Alex going to then attack his 2 Swift Spears? Assuming he draws dead.
We will find out. This is about to be real awkward because this deck plays so many bolt effects, and we're going to be able. So you can't lightning bolt and get aggressive here. It's
right.
You have to have blockers.
I think that you just have to play. Well, maybe you don't play your land. Maybe you hope for another Burning Inquiry or something.
Sure.
And you just want to hold your dead cards.
I agree.
which again I think is a very, very interesting dimension to these types of decks. You know, having to hold on to your dead cards for random discard rather than just play out all of your land drops because, well, why not?
Yep. And ultimately, Christopher decides to follow suit with exactly what you're saying, and that's game. So I'd like to bolt myself. Actually.
Absolutely, as it should be.
Always
very, very
respect it.
close game between these two. I think that it's possible that Matt made some questionable sideboarding choices, but I think that he played really well, and given the hand that he had, I don't think I would have done too much differently.
Yeah, it's so sideboarding is, I think, the hardest part about Magic.
I agree with you.
You know, mulligans pretty difficult at times, but sideboarding, I play burn and I play control primarily.
Right.
Both of which are very easy sideboarding. Burn, you just barely sideboard. And in control, you look at your cards and say, does this thing actually kill the thing I want it to kill? If no, well, probably going to board it out and bring in the thing that does. Or, silver bullets, so on and so forth. Modern is a format where if you are sideboarding improperly, you're probably going to lose more matches than you win. And unfortunately, maybe Matt just wasn't prepared for the mono red.
Yeah, it's very possible. Our metagame here has a lot of big mana decks, has a lot of control decks, is reasonably light on decks that just try to kill you.
Absolutely.
So I think that a lot of players may have walked in tonight just not quite expecting to need to gain some life, kill some creatures.
Yeah, maybe, I kind of want to play with Blessed Alliance now.
Man, me too.
This card's just so much fun. But, we just got to, despite there not being that many decks that are just trying to kill you, we just got to see two of them go at it.
And they were
a little bit
very
faster.
cutthroat.
The deck that didn't have to shock in lands won the matchup. I don't think that's too terribly surprising.
Shocked. He was not.
Well, this was Elliot's first and last stream with us. So. No, but in all seriousness, having a painful mana base in Modern, or having a great mana base in Modern, does a lot of good. It also does some bad because those lands typically hurt you.
Absolutely.
Fetch land, shock land, so on and so forth. The fast lands, very powerful, but sometimes they come and play tapped. Ultimately, just took some damage. No, that's
He's like a turn faster.
Yep. One turn faster. That is
one turn. That's exactly what it looked like. Absolutely.
Okay. Looks like sure. So it looks like our winner did not want to do an interview. So we have Matt Christopher here to talk about the matchup.
Up to you. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it.
All right. So we're about to get him over here with us. You can bear in a. Ooh, that was a sound.
That was a good sound.
Ooh. If you could just bear in mind or bear with us for a few moments while we get Matt situated here. How you doing, Matt? Well, close. Yeah.
Oh, is this shirt cool stuff appropriate?
It's covered. We're fine. Can you hear him?
You can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, walk us through the matchup. Thoughts, feelings?
He's like a turn faster than me, and I'm a little bit tilted after what happened game one, where I went, turn 2 Goblin Lord, play 2, discard 2 Flamewake Phoenixes, play 2 Hollow Ones, but it happens.
Yeah, it's Magic. We were predicting the play would matter a great deal in this, and for game one, it did, and game two, he was a turn faster, maybe like 2 turns faster based off of how it worked.
I honestly think I threw away game one. If I had blocked with the Hollow One there, and that would have bought me into a whole extra turn.
Sure.
And I think I had a bolt in hand, if I'm remembering correctly, so I could have bolted the Phoenix the next turn, which would buy me another turn.
That's fair. You were, I think, trying to show us your hand at one point, but
yeah,
then
it was
it's
triple hollow. I didn't want to show Alex, but it was it was 1 land, Street Wraith, triple Hollow One, and like a bolt.
Yeah, it's typically pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, you know what?
Really quick win.
I may not hit the second land since I'm only on 18 lands, but if I do, this hand is just too much of a meme to not keep.
Sure, you just get to run over people. So how did you come to this decision? Or was it because I told you if you ever played Prison again, you would never be on camera?
Oh, well, just like, last week I realized, wait, the only cards I'm missing from this deck are 4 Burning Inquiry and 4 Goblin Lore, and your guys' spring sale was pretty great. I managed to pick up the 4 of them for for $50.
There it is. Check out CoolStuffInc.com. We have sales going on basically all the time. Spring sale, I believe, has ended at this point.
I think it ended today.
Unfortunate. However, we do have sales go up all the time, so just go ahead and keep an eye on it. But what were you missing from it?
I was missing 4 Burning Inquiries and 4 Goblin Lore, and because of my discount and the sale, I got some near mint ones for $11.
That's sick. He does not work for us. He has no tie to us, and he is just talking about his discount. So
if you're hiring, I'd love to work here, though. It'd be great.
Well, your employment status, something to talk about off camera. I'm kidding. But in all seriousness, check out CoolStuffInc.com. But run us through, you played this deck solely because you got to finish it out, or how do you like its position in the metagame?
Oh, I think it's honestly a bit underplayed, but if you play against like Phoenix, you're gonna wish you were playing a different deck because when your hollow ones get bounced back to your hand.
That makes sense.
But like
Sling in the Ice does a pretty good job of
the
doing
current
that.
builds of the deck are on 3 Fatal Push, which I think is pretty correct. The odds of you discarding, of seeing one is pretty good. Discarding it, it's also a pretty good chance. But if you only have one in hand, you cast a Burning Inquiry. The odds are that you're most likely going to keep it. So I think the risk versus reward is worth playing the deck.
That's totally fair. When you went into sideboarding for this matchup, we were talking about the surgical extractions and how maybe those did a little bit more harm than good in that matchup.
Yeah, I thought he was on more Bedlam Revelers.
That's fair.
And so I was like, yeah, might as well, so he can't just rip it and then I get ripped apart.
Sure.
But then like that second one there, it had to go into the Phoenix there, but
Yeah.
I just was really unfortunate how low I had to bring myself. Like if I went from 7 to 5 to cast that, I think that game would have been mine pretty easily.
Sure.
But having to go from 5 to 3, I think is what definitely took that away.
Bolts typically hit in increments of 3, and that's a
do.
little rough to deal with.
Or else it's a shock.
Unless it's a shock, which he was playing the Fork Bolt.
He was.
Which I believe came in clutch both games, if memory serves. He got to kill something in both games with it. But, ultimately, unfortunate loss, but probably be back next week, right?
Yep, definitely. And also still playing this deck, just because it's been a blast.
Well, don't tell people that. Maybe he'll be on Prison.
Lantern specifically.
Lantern? Okay, we might have Lantern on. Lantern is more entertaining than just straight up Prison. But,
I agree.
Anything that you'd like to say to the viewers before we send you off?
We need more Lantern players. We also need more Hollow One players.
Okay.
We just need more Ancient Stirrings and Faithless Lootings players in general to just come to play Magic.
In my opinion, we need more combo decks, but that's just me.
We should unban KCI, that as well.
So we are going to go ahead and check out who's making it into our top 8. If they play out, you'll
Not
see
me.
more of us. Otherwise, unfortunately not Matt. We will go ahead and come on and bid you adieu. Have a good one, guys.
And we are back at the very end of the night to wrap things up here at Monday Modern at Maitland. It's gonna be, yeah, got it.
Nailed it. SCG Modern Game Night.
SCG Modern Game Night, yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, what were the promos this week?
Assassin. I have one.
Oh, it was the Assassins? Sweet.
Off?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We can plug SCG.
You can see what we're getting. What we order from them every week.
Oh man.
All right.
There it is. We have the lovely Assassin.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Great program that they run, SCG.
It is. It's really sweet. I like that they're. Yeah.
Bring back the puns.
Bring back the pins.
No, bring back the puns. I'd rather have the puns than the pins. The puns are the best part. I'm confident. Bark confidant was never used, and that's a crime. But
that's terrible.
We bid you adieu. This is the end of our night. Thank you so much for joining us. Check out our stream all next week. We are going to be streaming some live auctions of, or not auctions, excuse me. They're auctions?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, box openings and auctions of the newest set. We got special permission from Wizards of the Coast to do like openings or something along those lines, but you'll see them then. Follow us on Twitter if you'd like to get updates from our very own, I don't know if he actually has a name public, so I won't say that, but our very own Twitter user. I'm Jordan Hickson.
I'm Elliot Gafter.
And we appreciate you hanging out with us.